good stuff? Okay, calling this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education into session. First is the approval of the agenda. I understand that Mr. Holmes is asking, because he may have to go on a special call, that item D be moved to as item B. In other words, utilization of the visa for teachers be number 1 on pending actions and discussions, and that District Media Technology and Advisory Committee be B, and all of them be sequentially numbered. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Holmes, do you move the acceptance of the agenda with that amendment?
I do.
Okay. And is there a second?
Second.
Second by the Vice Chair. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Why don't we rise to the Pledge of Allegiance? Mr. Hensley, why don't you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To the Vice Chair.
All right. We'll go into a brief moment of silence, prayer, and reflection. Thank you.
Okay. So, is there a motion at this point to move into closed session pursuant to item 2 on the agenda?
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The board at this point will move into closed session. And we'll be back approximately when? Do we know?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Barrio. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now in open session. At this point in time, let's go to board member training. Mr. Schwartz.
So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about, like, screwing things up here. Okay. I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the history of Title IX and where we've been, because it informs where we're going. And it'll give you some idea of what the regulations are, why they're changing, and why they were changed and why they're changing again. So this is Title IX. It's this is the essence of Title IX. It was passed in 1972 as part of the Education Amendments of 1972. It was modeled on the Civil Rights Acts of 1964, but it's a little bit different model because it only applies to people who get, or programs that get federal financial assistance, education programs that get federal financial assistance. So it doesn't apply universally. It only applies to organizations that get educational funding from the federal government. So it says no, and we're going to break this down a little bit, no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, and that's a key phrase we're going to talk about, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, denied the benefits of, or be subject to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. So I want to break some of that down a little bit, and we'll talk about what on the basis, it's not going to work, okay. On the basis of sex means has become quite a bit of the debate. And then does it apply inside, well, only inside the United States, or to programs from the United States that are going outside of the United States? So for example, if the French club at the high school takes a trip to Montreal, does it apply there if something happens on the trip there? And we'll talk about a number of these different phrases in here as we go along. But I want to give you a little bit of a timeline about how we got here in the first place. So in 1972, Title IX became law, and then from 1972 until 1992, there was no presumed private right of action. That is, you couldn't file a lawsuit for an individual claim under Title IX. It was enforced by the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights and the U.S. Department of Justice, but it was for remedies, for fixing things that had gone awry or that might be causing violations of Title IX. But then Christine Franklin came along, and she ended up having an affair with one of her teachers, and the teacher moved on. He resigned. When he was found out, he said, I was thinking about resigning today anyway, and he did. Christine said, well, what about me? I'm suing for damages. And the courts, until it got to the U.S. Supreme Court, said, no, there's no private right of damages under Title IX. And then it got to the U.S. Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said, we find nothing in the legislative history to suggest that there shouldn't be a private right of action for suing under Title IX. So for that, based on that case in 1992, we then all of a sudden had lawsuits that you could file under Title IX. Okay, so for the first 20 years, no private claims. After 1992, we had claims. And then the question became, what's the standard of liability? Under what circumstances can a school system be found liable? And the 1998 and 1999 answered those questions in two different circumstances. In 1998, we had a situation in the Gebser case where you had a student and a teacher. And so this was student and employee sexual harassment. And the court came up with this standard. They said, In order for the school system to have liability, there has to be actual knowledge by an appropriate person. An appropriate person is somebody who has the authority to do something about it. And the standard for liability is that when there was actual knowledge by somebody in authority, there was deliberate indifference to the sexual harassment on the part of the school system. And deliberate indifference became the standard. And that's a high standard to meet. You know, it's a low bar for the school system to do anything to prove that there was something other than deliberate indifference. Okay? So it's a high standard to meet for liability. The following year, in the Davis case, Davis versus Monroe County Board of Education, LaShonda Davis was a student who was in the 5th grade, I believe, and she suffered a series of sexually harassing behaviors on the part of her peers, other students. So this was a case now with peer-to-peer sexual harassment as opposed to an employee and a student. And it was reported on several occasions to different teachers. It was reported to the principal. The principal called in the offending young man and talked to him. But when it continued to happen, the principal said, well, I guess I'll have to talk to him a little bit harder. But the offending behavior continued, and the girl suffered some trauma. And so the court in the 1999 case, in the Davis case, came up with the standard that you see there, which is actual knowledge by an appropriate person, same as in the 1998 case, responding with deliberate indifference. And on top of that, or in addition to that, the harassing conduct had to have been so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it denied the victim of equal access to educational opportunities or benefits. And again, that's a very high bar to meet for liability on the part of the school system. And the standard I want to emphasize here was so severe and pervasive and objectively offensive. Objectively offensive means it's not just was the victim, Pauline is very, very, very sensitive. So, in her situation, she found it to be offensive, but everybody else would have said, oh, come on, Pauline, nothing to that. So it has to be objectively offensive, not just subjectively offensive on the part of the person suffering the harassment. Then in 2011 and 2014, there was a big shift, and it didn't come from the courts. It came from the Obama administration. And the Obama administration, through the U.S. Department of Justice and the U.S. Department of Education, sent out what we call Dear Colleague letters. And a Dear Colleague letter is a letter that goes to every superintendent in America, every community college, every university and college president, and it's what it sounds like. It's a letter that's addressed to Dear Colleague, all right? And it's not a regulation. It's not a federal regulation. It's not a law. It's just a letter that says, this is how we intend to interpret and enforce Title IX. And the Dear Colleague letters swung the pendulum mightily. President Obama made some comments about it and statements. He talked about, for example, that he has 2 daughters, and he wants to make sure that when they go to college that they're not subjected to sexual harassment. This was in response to a lot of reports about the date rape culture on college campuses. And kids going off and imbibing and then having sex. And the question is, was it consensual or forced? Was there morning after regret or whatever? But it was a really strong push by the regulatory agencies, by the Department of Justice and Department of Education primarily, to tell college presidents and folks at the school level, we expect you to do something about this. In response to that, a lot of colleges and universities adopted, and the threat was, we're going to cut off your federal funding. So remember, Title IX is based on receiving you're not subject to Title IX unless you receive federal financial assistance. One of the remedies, and the only remedy prior to 1992 with the Christine Franklin case, was the threat to cut off your federal funding if you don't comply with the regulations. So Title IX regulations that have been adopted after the law went into effect weren't changed, but when these Dear Colleague letters went out. But the enforcement guidelines and mechanisms did, and the threat to cut off funding became much more real. And so in response to that, particularly at the college and university level, a lot of procedures were adopted that really swung the pendulum and almost created a presumption of guilt on the part of anybody who was accused, and set up procedures that were really one-sided and didn't allow for basic minimal due process or enhanced due process given the issues at hand. So you had a lot of primarily guys getting accused and getting pretty much summarily thrown out of school, without a fair hearing or without much of a fair hearing. You had very poor training, poor investigation. You had a lot of student tribunals handling these cases with minimal guidance or incorrect guidance in some cases, so it got to be a bit of a mess, and there were a lot of lawsuits coming out from primarily guys who were getting thrown out of colleges and universities. So in 2017, the Trump administration came in and almost immediately rescinded a lot of the Obama-era guidance, the Dear Colleague letters. Now, a Dear Colleague letter can be rescinded with another Dear Colleague letter. It can simply say, pay no attention to those last couple of Dear Colleague letters, and it's done. And at the same time, the Trump administration announced in November, that they were going to embark on establishing new rules. So the regulations that have been adopted under Title IX hadn't changed much since the early days of Title IX. The Dear Colleague letters weren't regulations. They were just letters, so they didn't change the regulations. But the Trump administration said, we're going to adopt new regulations. And a regulation, once it's adopted, can't be changed without going through the whole process to change regulations, which is extensive. All right? So there's a process that the federal government follows to adopt regulations, and it's time-consuming. And they have to put out proposed rules. There's a comment period. They have to review all the comments, and then they can enact the new rules once taking into consideration all of the comments. So November of 2018, the Trump administration proposed new rules. They got well over 100,000 comments that had to be reviewed. And in May of 2020, the new Trump administration rules were released, and they went into effect on August 14, 2020. Now, that was right at the start of the school year in 2020, and so a lot of school systems were between May, when the proposed rules were released, and August, when they went into effect. Everybody was scrambling to change their board policies, their regulations, and the processes. The processes that went into effect with these new rules were really extensive. We're going to talk about those and what they require. Now, in between May of 2020 and August of 2020, when these rules went into effect, the U.S. Supreme Court in June of 2020 issued 3 rulings in 3 cases that dealt with Title VII. Title VII is the part of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that deals with employment discrimination. And it also prohibits employment discrimination on the basis of sex. Remember, we talked about that as being a key phrase? Well, from 1964 until June of 2020, when there were 3 cases that were, they're generally lumped under the Bostock cases. And there were 3 Title VII employment discrimination cases that claimed violations of Title VII on the basis of sex. And one of them dealt with one dealt with sexual orientation, one dealt with gender identity, so we're going to, what we had was, in the Bostock case, you had 2 gay men, and they felt that they were discriminated on the basis of sex. In another one of the cases, you had a transgender who felt discrimination on the basis of sex in the employment setting. And so stop and think about this. In 2015, the Supreme Court approved same-sex marriage in the Obergefell case. And at the same time, Title VII prohibited discrimination in the employment setting on the basis of sex. Well, from 1964 forward, when the courts had considered what discrimination on the basis of sex meant, they had consistently interpreted that to mean the stuff you were born with, what it says on your birth certificate, what's below the waistline when you look down, and that's it. Not who you're attracted to or who you identify as or what you identify as, but simply what your gender was on your birth certificate. And they said, we look at the intent of Congress. And in 1964, that's what we think Congress intended. And there have been attempts in Congress, almost every single session of Congress, I think, except for one, since 1964, to broaden that interpretation to include protection in the workplace based on gender identity or gender preference. And that they'd never passed, obviously, both houses of Congress. And in most Congresses didn't get much traction. So the court said it's up to Congress to change what this means. Well, a few years prior to 2020, some of the circuit courts, which are one notch below the Supreme Court, had started to change, and they said, we understand that our prior precedent says we're going to only interpret this to mean what was on your birth certificate. But times have changed, society has changed, our understanding of sex and sexual identity and sexual orientation has changed, and if you're discriminating in the workplace based on gender identity or gender preference, that's clearly discrimination on the basis of sex. And even though all prior courts have not interpreted it this way, we're going to make a change here, and if the Supreme Court wants to overrule it, they can overrule it. So that started bubbling up from a couple of the circuit courts, and it ended up in June 2020 in the Bostock decision, where the Supreme Court for the first time said, we recognize this is a major change, and we think that it's the words on the basis of sex now, if you're being discriminated in the workplace based on your gender preference or your gender identity here in 2020, that's discrimination on the basis of sex. If the only reason you're being denied an opportunity in the workplace or you're being fired or you're not being hired is because of your gender orientation, your gender identity, that is clearly discrimination on the basis of sex in the workplace. And so that is now entitled to protection under Title VII. Now, Title IX was modeled on Title VII, okay, with the difference being that it only applies to education programs getting federal financial assistance. And the court in the Bostock decision said, we are not making a ruling based on Title IX. Even though the language is the same, we don't have a Title IX case in front of us. So this is not a decision that covers Title IX. All right? So then the question came, well, if Title VII covers protection for gender identity and sexual orientation in the workplace on the basis of sex, how can you interpret Title IX differently? And so the rules that were adopted and came out in May of 2020 were 1 month before the Bostock decision. Those rules were implemented in August of 2020, and they did not address the issue of whether gender identity or sexual orientation were covered under Title IX. So that became an issue that started bubbling up in the federal courts. All right, so let's go to the regulations that were adopted under the Trump administration. In May of 2020, they came out with the regulations that went into effect in August of 2020. So stop and think, that's only a little over 3 years ago. And then we've had a lot of changes since. So what these regulations did was they made major changes from the Obama-era guidance. They created a new process for handling formal complaints of sexual harassment. There were new notice, training, and record-keeping requirements that came out, and a lot more changes needed and more board policies needed. And what the regulations by the Trump administration were designed to do were to take Title IX back to what the rulings were in those two cases, the Gebser case and the Davis case, where you talked about severe and pervasive harassment. The interpretations under the Obama administration had made those requirements a little bit less stringent. They were, instead of severe and pervasive and objectively offensive, it was severe or pervasive or objectively offensive. And the Trump administration said, no, that's not what the Supreme Court said. We're going back to what the U.S. Supreme Court said on this with that guidance. And there were a bunch of pending lawsuits that came out to try to keep the new rules from being implemented. They didn't really go anyplace. So in this diagram, I want to give you a way of thinking about sexual harassment. It's all within your discipline code, within your discipline matters. You can have bullying as a subset of discipline matters, and as a subset of bullying, harassment can be involved. And you can have discrimination as a subset in your discipline matters, and some discrimination can be sex-based, all right? And so sexual harassment can be a form of sex discrimination, okay? Not all sex harassment, not all sexual discrimination involves sexual harassment, but sexual harassment is a form of sex discrimination, and it can also be a form of bullying, all right? So there's your subset of sexual harassment as a disciplinary matter. So remember the standards that we talked about from the Gebser case and the Davis case. The district would be liable under Gebser for harassment when it has actual knowledge of allegations by an appropriate person in the school system, someone who can do something about it, and responds with deliberate indifference. That is, the response is so deficient that it amounts to deliberate indifference. I used to have a collection of these things that I kept from cases going on, and I've still got it someplace. But it's, when a principal says something like, well, boys will be boys, or what do you expect me to do about it? That's just hormones in the middle school, something along those lines. That can amount to deliberate indifference. None of those cases, of course, came from Moore County. The Davis case, remember, the district was liable for harassment when it had actual knowledge by an appropriate person, responded with deliberate indifference, and on top of that, the harassing conduct was so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it denied the victim the opportunity to take advantage of educational programs or benefits. So it interfered with their right to an education, to get some benefit from an educational program. That's the standard for liability. So with the 2020 regulations, here are some of the things that changed. The final regulations made changes that were intended to narrow the definition of sexual harassment and sync it up with the Davis and the Gebser cases. And there were three types of prohibited sex-based conduct. One is quid pro quo, in exchange of this for that. Two is unwelcome conduct. And three would be violations of the Clery Act or the VAWA, the Violence Against Women Act component. So I'm going to talk about each one of those in a minute. So quid pro quo is easy to understand, very easy to understand. It's an exchange of one thing for another. It only applies to school employees. It's when a school employee conditions the access to an educational program or benefit on unwelcome sexual conduct. If you want to lead in the school play, here's what you have to do, okay? If you want to get an A, here's what you need to do. And it doesn't have to be that explicit in terms of the exchange of benefits. For unwelcome conduct, that's a little bit different, okay? Unwelcome conduct, welcome conduct is still allowed, okay? So if two kids are flirting with each other, that's okay. There's nothing that prohibits, normal interaction or kids learning about how to interact with each other growing up. Unwelcome conduct is, under the old definition, was an unwelcome conduct determined by a reasonable person to be sufficiently severe or pervasive or objectively offensive, such that it limits a person's ability to participate or benefit from an educational program or activity. All right? Now, under the new definition that went into effect, again, they're trying to tie it back into what does Title IX actually require under the Gebser and the Davis cases. And it had to be unwelcome conduct as determined by a reasonable person, okay, not the overly sensitive person who's complaining, but a reasonable person. And it had to be both severe and pervasive and objectively offensive, not one or the other, and not to limit a person's access, but to effectively deny a person's access to the benefits of educational programs or activities. So the change in definitions for unwelcome conduct made it much more difficult to have an unwelcome conduct case, to prove unwelcome conduct with this change in the definitions. The third component there are really the four aspects of this. The Clery Act and the Violence Against Women Act components are primarily at the college and university level. The Clery Act was a federal law that requires universities and colleges to report crime on college and university campuses, both on and around the campuses. And the Violence Against Women Act cases included different provisions that dealt with sexual assault, dating violence, domestic violence, and stalking. And there are different federal laws that are cited there that go along with that. We don't get, those don't come into play too much at the PK-12 level, all right? So when do schools have to respond to sexual harassment allegations is one of the key things that came out of these new regulations. And we have to respond when we have actual knowledge of sexual harassment that occurred in an educational program or activity that we're conducting. So first question is, do we have actual knowledge? Second question is, was this in an educational program or activity, or was this something that occurred at a party on Friday night that is now bleeding over into the school? Okay? So when we have actual knowledge, here's what we're looking for. It means a mandated reporter, and under the new regulations, we'll talk about mandated reporter, everybody who works in the school system is a mandated reporter, all right? Including substitutes, temporary employees, part-time employees, full-time employees, everybody is a mandated reporter. So it's now, we have actual knowledge when a mandated reporter has notice of sexual harassment allegations occurring in the school program. The old rule required us to respond when we knew or should have known about the sexual harassment. And that was a kind of rough standard for schools. Knew or should have known. Well, that led to a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking. It led to a lot of 20/20 hindsight. This occurred, that occurred, this occurred, in isolation, different reports, maybe at different times to different people. Should that have put the school on notice? Should we have known? Well, with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, after a case is filed or something else happens, yeah, maybe, but nobody was putting it together that way at the time, all right? So the knew or should have known standard was gone, and now it was, do we have actual knowledge? And a school with actual knowledge of sexual harassment in a school program activity has to respond promptly in a manner that is not deliberately indifferent. So remember, in the K-12 context, all school employees are mandated reporters. So it was up to us to determine how those reports get handled in accordance with these new regulations. So reports of sexual harassment can be made by anyone, and a report is different. We'll see what we'll see in a second. So reporting sexual harassment, yes.
May I ask a
Shannon.
quick question? I'm so sorry. Would volunteer on property count as a mandated reporter? Or would
No.
oh, thank you.
No. Reporting sexual harassment, the report may be made by anyone, not just the alleged victim or a mandated reporter. So if Susie calls up her grandma in Florida and tells her what's happening, grandma can call the school and make a report, all right? If Susie writes to her pen pal in Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic, excuse me, and the pen pal writes back to somebody in the school system, that can be a report. So reports can be made by any method at all, by phone, email, carrier pigeon, any way you want to do it. as long as it's received by the Title IX coordinator. And reports can be made at any time, non-school hours, and in any way. The actual knowledge has to be about harassment in the school's education program or activity. And program or activity includes lots of things, but it basically includes any events over which the school exerted substantial control over both the respondent, that is the person who is accused of doing the harassing, and the conducts in which the sexual harassment occurs. All right?
So this doesn't include cyberbullying?
What? No, it could include cyberbullying.
Could it?
Yes.
Which is off campus?
Well, it depends on how the cyberbullying occurs.
Okay.
Okay. Schools are responsible to respond to allegations that occur in the United States, allegations of activities that occur in the United States. So I gave the example of the French club going to Montreal, or if the basketball team takes a trip to the Bahamas, and something that occurs there, it wouldn't necessarily apply under Title IX. Your regulations could make it apply for Code of Student Conduct violation, but it wouldn't be a Title IX, wouldn't be under these Title IX regulations. So program or activity involves anything over which we exercise control. So one example that I give is, suppose we're at an away football game and there's an allegation of some sexual harassment that occurs in the stands or under the bleachers. All right. Well, do we have control over that if it's an away football game? And let's say it's not, Northmore playing, Pinecrest. It's outside of the county. All right. Do we have control over that situation? And the answer that I give, that I would give you is, suppose a fight had broken out in the visiting stands, and the principal and the assistant principal or other school officials were there. Would we exercise control over that situation? Would we discipline those kids under the Code of Student Conduct? And the answer is yes, we would. So, the question is, would we have control over the situation? And if the answer is yes, then that gives you the answer on the enforcement. All right, so the standard of deliberate indifference. Liability can be found, under the former standard, you could find liability on the part of the school system if we didn't take immediate action to eliminate the harassment, prevent its recurrence, and address its effects. Under the new standard, we go back to the Gebser and the Davis cases, and it's that the institution, the school system, acts with deliberate indifference only if our response was clearly unreasonable in light of the circumstances that were known at the time. All right, it's a big difference there. Clearly unreasonable in light of what we knew at the time, not what we put together later after more facts come out. All right, so it's a much higher standard to meet to find liability. Terminology had to be changed under the new regulations. So under the old terminology, we had the victim of sexual harassment and the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator. Okay, and if you use those terms, the victim and the perpetrator, you're almost automatically imputing guilt and blame, and you're kind of tipping the scales a little bit when you're trying to give somebody a fair hearing. So under the new regulations, you can't use victim, you can't use perpetrator. You use complainant and respondent instead. A complainant is not necessarily the person who files the complaint or the report. The complainant is the person we used to refer to as the alleged victim, who would be subject to sexual harassment. A respondent is somebody who was reported to have been the alleged perpetrator, or what we used to call the perpetrator. And those terms have to be used in all of the reports and complaints and any records that we maintain regarding sexual harassment, which are considerable. Under the new regulations responding to sexual harassment complaints, we have a formal complaint versus a report. A report can come from anybody at any time, and it's a report that gets to the Title IX coordinator about alleged sexual harassment. It's not limited to our campus community. As I mentioned, it can come from anywhere. But once it gets to the school system, we have to deal with it. And then school employees, who are all mandated reporters, have to immediately notify the school's Title IX coordinator of any report of sexual harassment. And once we get a report, it goes to the Title IX coordinator, and the Title IX coordinator has to promptly do these things, all of these things. Contact the alleged victim, who is now called the complainant, if that person can be identified. Offer the complainant supportive measures, and we're going to talk about supportive measures in a minute. Explain the process for filing a formal complaint, because a report is not a formal complaint. All right? They have to explain that supportive measures can be available with or without a formal complaint. They have to consider the complainant's, that is the alleged victim's, wishes regarding supportive measures. They have to contact the respondent, that is the alleged perpetrator, who also has to be offered supportive measures. Because keep in mind, the respondent is simply an alleged perpetrator. He's not guilty of anything, or she's not guilty of anything yet. All right? And so if you get accused of doing something like this, it can be traumatizing. It can be a big deal. So it can affect you and your access to educational programs and activities, just as it could the complainant, the alleged victim. So you offer supportive measures to both parties, because there's no presumption of guilt or innocence along the way. And if supportive measures are not provided, we have to explain why we didn't provide supportive measures, and why not providing those measures doesn't amount to deliberate indifference, standard for liability. And we have to maintain records of all of that. As we're going along here, you're going to get the feeling that there's an awful lot that goes into this, and it's really time consuming, and it's an awful lot of work, and it's a lot of record keeping, and a lot of investigating that has to be done. You will be correct if you get that impression. All right, so we've got a report, and people might think, okay, that's a complaint. Well, it's not, it's a report. Next, we have formal complaints, and a formal complaint is different than a complaint. A formal complaint is a document that's filed by a complainant or signed by the Title IX coordinator. So even if the complainant doesn't file a formal report, there's an option for the Title IX coordinator to file a formal complaint that alleges sexual harassment against the respondent and requests that the school investigate the allegations. Only individuals who are participating in or attempting to participate in an educational program or activity can file a formal complaint. So grandma, for example, can't file a formal complaint. Grandma can make a report, but grandma is not the complainant, okay? It can be filed with the Title IX coordinator by any means possible, in writing, and the school system is required to publish the contact information for the Title IX coordinator in a variety of different ways. On our website, it has to be posted in every school. It's in our board policy, and so on. We have to include the formal complaint has to include the complainant's physical or digital signature, or otherwise indicate the name of the person who's making the complaint. And that triggers the school's duty to initiate a grievance process. So once we get a formal complaint, we then have to go into a grievance process. I mentioned supportive measures. And remember, they're available to both the complainant and the respondent, the alleged victim and the alleged perpetrator. Under the old standard, we were required to use interim measures if necessary in order to protect the school environment from the actions of the alleged perpetrator, and to make sure that the complainant, the alleged victim, wasn't being denied access to educational activities. Under the new standard, there are individualized services that are reasonably available. They are non-punitive because, again, we haven't assessed guilt or innocence yet, all right? They are non-judgmental. They are non-disciplinary, so they're not under our Code of Student Conduct. And they can't be unreasonably burdensome to the other person who's involved or the other people who are involved. They're designed to ensure educational access for both parties, or all parties, and to protect the school environment and safety. So these are the kinds of things that we can have for supportive measures. We can provide counseling. Again, this goes to either or both parties. We can have extensions for deadlines for turning in school assignments or reports, or we can have related adjustments in curricular options. We can have modifications of work or class schedules. We can have security or monitoring of certain areas of campus. We can provide escorts going from one class to another. There are lots of different things that we can do, but they have to be offered regardless of whether we get a formal complaint or a report. All right? So we offer these supportive measures in a variety of different times. And a supportive measure that removes a respondent from an activity can't be done except for emergency removals. And I'll talk about emergency removals in a minute. This doesn't affect administrative leave for employees if an employee is accused. We can still use administrative leave, and up until the final regulations came out on this, there was some debate about whether we were going to be restricted and not to, for example, suspend with pay an employee who is accused while we investigate. But we can still do that. Emergency removals can happen in certain circumstances. If there's an accused student, they can be removed. If their immediate removal is necessary in order to protect the immediate educational environment, in order to protect the physical health or safety of a student arising out of allegations of sexual harassment. Not their mental health, not whether they feel uneasy being around a person, but their physical health or safety. Under these circumstances, you can remove somebody from an educational program or activity if there's a threat to physical health or safety. The accused student has to be provided notice and an opportunity to immediately challenge that decision if there's an immediate removal. For employees, there's no limit, as I mentioned just a second ago, on what we can do. We can go under our standard state laws on this. And keep in mind that these provisions don't modify a student's rights under the IDEA or Section 504. If they're entitled to rights under those, if they qualify as a student, then any change like this, an emergency removal, would be a change in placement, and they'd be entitled to all the rights that they would have under IDEA or 504 or the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Just one sec. Normally, when we get a student who's been harassed, that student is very, very uncomfortable being in the same classroom with the alleged harasser. But so you're saying that we couldn't suspend the student who is the alleged harasser without, or take him out of the class without due process?
No, I'm saying you absolutely cannot suspend them, okay?
Right.
Because that's punitive, all right? And
No,
not only
it's only her mental health.
right. Let me get
Yeah,
to that.
go ahead.
So
go ahead.
you couldn't have an emergency removal. It was not a physical a threat to physical health or safety, but you could, as a supportive measure, change the class of one or the other of them to another acceptable class. But not only can you not suspend, but you can't suspend under your normal disciplinary procedures without having gone through this process that we're about to discuss first. So it extends the timeline for implementing our normal code of student conduct.
So they're effectively, in sexual harassment, there are more rights to the perpetrator than, say, in a fight.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting to
Yep.
me.
Yeah.
You said normally when we get a student who is harassed, I don't recall having a Title IX complaint. Were you speaking, has there been a rash of student sexual harassment complaints that I'm unaware of, or were you speaking theoretically?
I don't want to get into particular things. I have a concern of students who are harassed or anything like that, and for their mental well-being.
My ears just perked up when you said normally when we, like, it was routine. I wasn't aware that we have a routine, that sexual harassment complaints are routine in Moore County schools.
We do have sexual harassment complaints that get investigated at the administrative level by the Title IX coordinator. That's something that goes on in all school systems.
Do we have visibility of those? If they're happening, I'm not aware of them. Are other board members aware of them? I see Stacy's not aware of them. So if these are happening, why are we not aware of them? Again, when the chair said normally, I'm like, wait a minute, this is happening and it happens all the time. Is it being?
I think you're reading, I think you're reading into this a little bit, but I don't want to get into anything particular.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'm concerned because you said normally, and then the attorney said, oh yeah, this happens all the time. Now you're saying that it doesn't happen, so I'm confused.
I would not say it happens all the time. I would say based on Title IX regulations and based on how we've been trained on it, when certain events happen, we investigate with a Title IX lens. That doesn't mean we're not following through with disciplinary measures when it's appropriate. I would say this year, ones that have reached this height, I would say we're probably at a couple at this point. But if I'm not mistaken, last year, I believe, we briefed the board on some of those and the outcomes of those. We certainly can continue to do that.
Yeah, I must have it. Well, I very well could have a failing memory, but I don't remember in 2.5 years, almost 3 years, getting any Title IX notifications. And if it happens 2 or 3 times a year, I think that's something the board should know about.
Yes, sir. We
In
certainly
each
can.
every case.
We certainly can do that. I recall it happening a couple times with Dr. Appenfeld when she was in that role. We've now looked at splitting out our student-focused Title IX investigations through student services, our employee-focused ones through human resources to see if we can streamline our work. Right. Yes, sir, we can certainly do that for the board.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that we haven't had 1 or 2 here. I just don't recall any, and it seems significant enough that I would think we would be notified.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right. So when we get a formal complaint, at that point, that triggers a whole new process, and there has to be written notice. The Title IX coordinator has to do these things, provide written notice of the allegations to the known parties that does all of these things that are in this bullet point. Provide sufficient detail to allow them to prepare for an initial interview. They have to be provided in advance notice of any meeting or interviews or hearings that's considered as part of the investigation. They have to include a statement that the respondent is presumed not responsible, that is presumed not guilty of the alleged conduct, and that no determination will be made regarding responsibility until we get to the end of this process. We have to inform the parties that they can have an advisor of their choice who could be but may not be required to be an attorney throughout the process. We have to notify the parties that they have the right to inspect and review any evidence and inform them of any provision in our Code of Student Conduct that prohibits knowingly making false statements as part of this investigative or review process. We then have to investigate and adjudicate the complaint using a grievance process that complies with the regulations, and you have board policies that include those grievance processes. We can't impose any discipline on the respondent, the alleged perpetrator, until we get to the end of this process. So that's what I was mentioning a second ago, Mr. Levy, in response to your question. We can dismiss formal complaints under certain circumstances. So we have to dismiss a complaint when the complaint on its face would not constitute sexual harassment, even if it were proven, or if it didn't occur in one of our educational programs or activities, or if it didn't occur in the United States. Additionally, we may dismiss a complaint when the complainant, that is the alleged victim, notifies the Title IX coordinator in writing that they want to withdraw the complaint or the allegations, or if the respondent is no longer enrolled or employed by us, or if there are specific circumstances that prevent our ability to gather evidence and reach a determination. We have to provide both parties with written notice of the dismissal, whether it's mandatory or discretionary dismissal, and the reasons for the dismissal, and that doesn't preclude our taking action under the Code of Student Conduct, and any dismissal can be appealed under the policy. The district has to make sure that the grievance process is consistent with all of these different things that are on this slide. And we have to treat both parties equitably. And that is, we can't make a credibility determination based on their status as an alleged victim or an alleged perpetrator. You don't make any assumptions that, for example, there was a case that I was involved in against dealing with a university issue where the training materials that were provided to the hearing panel said that in 98% of cases when a woman makes a complaint that they've been sexually assaulted, they're telling the truth. There's no research anywhere that says that, okay? It was just a presumption, and it was included in the training materials. So you can't make presumptions like that, that would suggest or presume guilt or innocence. You have to treat both sides equally and go with where the facts take you. It requires objective evaluation of all relevant evidence, both evidence that would tend to prove guilt and evidence that would tend to disprove guilt or innocence. The Title IX coordinators, the investigators, the decision makers, and anybody who's involved in informal resolutions or appeals in these cases have to be trained to evaluate things impartially and without bias. We have to presume the non-responsibility of the person who's accused, the respondent, until the conclusion of the process. We have to include reasonably prompt timeframes for the grievance process, and we have to inform all parties of critical information that is being compiled and deals with the grievance process, the range of potential sanctions and disciplinary measures that could be imposed, and the standards of evidence that will be used. The board has to choose the standard of evidence that will be used, and the board can choose either clear and convincing evidence or a preponderance of the evidence. And you've chosen that standard in your board policy. It's a preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence is simply the greater weight of the evidence. It could be enough to just tip the scales ever so slightly, whereas clear and convincing evidence is a much more drastic tip of the scales. You've chosen preponderance of the evidence in your board policy. We have to protect any legally recognized privilege. So if there's a priest-penitent privilege or attorney-client privilege involved, we have to respect that privilege in what information can be compelled to be released. And we have to have objective evaluation of all relevant evidence, both inculpatory and exculpatory evidence that would prove and disprove the case. Continuing this in the investigation, throughout the grievance process and during the investigative process, we have to make sure that the burden of proof and the burden of gathering evidence is on the district, not on either one of the parties. Okay, it's our responsibility to gather proof and gather evidence and do the investigation. We have to provide an equal opportunity for both sides to present whatever they want to by way of witnesses, including fact and expert witnesses if they want to bring in expert witnesses and any other evidence. We can't restrict the ability of either party to discuss the allegations that are under investigation or to gather and present evidence. So previously, what had been the case would be when we were investigating not only Title IX matters, but a lot of matters, what we do is tell witnesses, look, we don't want you talking to other people about this. In order to protect the integrity of the investigation, we are going to try and conduct an impartial investigation, and we don't want you going to other people and trying to get them to say one thing or another thing or influence the investigation in any way. Under these Title IX regulations, you can't do that because it's considered a restriction of free speech. And that is, they have the right to gather evidence, they have the right to try to prove their side of the case, and they have a right to talk to anybody they want to about it as we're going along. So that was a key change in the way these regulations have been implemented and the way they're interpreted. We have to provide both parties with the same opportunities to have others present during any grievance proceeding. We have to provide to a party whose participation is invited or expected, written notice of the time, date, and place of any hearings or any interviews that are being conducted, and allow them the opportunity to participate. They have to have an equal opportunity to inspect any evidence that's been collected. And prior to completion of an investigative report, we have to send to each party and to their advisor a draft copy of the report. And we have to tell them what evidence is subject to inspection and review, and we have to give them at least 10 days to give us a written response to the draft report. So you can see how this, if you're adding in time to do all this, how it drags out the process far beyond what we would normally take for a student discipline matter. And we have to create an investigative report at the end of the day that fairly summarizes the relevant evidence and interprets it in a non-biased way, and provide a copy to each party at least 10 days prior to any hearing for them to give a written response. So these timelines, you can see, really would drag things out. Responding to formal complaints and determining responsibility, the grievance process may provide for a hearing but is not required to. With or without a hearing, after we sent the investigative report to the parties and before we reach a final determination, we have to do these things. We have to have an investigator and then a decision maker. And the decision maker has to give each side the opportunity to submit written relevant questions that they want asked of the other side or of any witness. We have to provide each party with the answers that come from those questions and allow for additional limited follow-up questions for either party. And then questions about a complainant's prior sexual activity or behavior are not allowed except if they concern specific incidents with the between the parties and they're offered to, or if they're offered to prove consent. So you can't ask questions about a person's prior activity, a prior sexual activity or behavior, in order to try to prove that because they were involved in prior sexual activity or behavior, they must have wanted this, something along those lines. But keep in mind that there are other statutes dealing with hearings for students. Like we've got our Code of Student Conduct, we've got all of our student discipline laws, and same thing with employees, with suspensions without pay and dismissal, and we have to follow those as well. Then we get around to determining responsibility after all of that, and we have to have a decision maker. The decision maker can't be the same person as the Title IX coordinator or the investigator. So the person who did the investigating doesn't make the final decision, all right? That person prepares the report that then goes to the decision maker, and the decision maker then has to make a written determination regarding responsibility. And remember, the burden of proof is on the school at all times. So the written determination has to go to both parties at the same time, and it has to identify the allegations, describe the process and the procedure that was used, who was interviewed, the site visits that were done, any evidence that was collected, methods used to gather evidence, and so on. We have to have findings of fact to support the determination, and then conclusions regarding the application of our Code of Student Conduct or disciplinary measures. And then there has to be a statement and a rationale for each allegation in the complaint. And that has to include a determination of responsibility. It has to include any disciplinary sanctions that are going to be imposed. It has to include whether or not remedies will be done that will be designed to ensure equal access to educational programs or activities going forward. And we have to make sure that our district procedures and permissible bases for appeal are followed. And then we get into appeals. And we have to offer an opportunity for both parties to appeal. So the complainant can say you didn't go far enough, or your determination was wrong, or the respondent can say the same thing. So they can appeal from the determination regarding responsibility, regarding any allegations that were ruled upon, and they can argue about these things. They can say, you didn't follow the appropriate procedures, first of all, or there's newly discovered evidence that could have affected the outcome, or there was some bias that infected the process, either on the part of the Title IX coordinator or the investigator or the decision maker. They were biased in this case and shouldn't have been involved in it. And we can offer additional basis for appeals in our policies and procedures, but we haven't done so in ours. And then responding to formal complaints in the appeals process, the district has to notify the other party that an appeal's been filed. We have to make sure that the decision maker is not for the appeal is different from the initial decision maker or the person making the determination. We have to give both sides a reasonable and equal opportunity to submit written statements supporting their position on the challenge. And we have a written decision on the appeal and the rationale for that result and provide that decision simultaneously to both parties. And then there is the opportunity for an informal resolution without going through all of that process. But strangely, under these regulations, you can't have an informal resolution until a formal complaint has been filed. So when you're meeting with the complainant and giving the complainant the opportunity to file a formal complaint, you can't say you can informally resolve this without a formal complaint. You have to have a formal complaint first before you can have informal resolution. And then once you get the formal complaint, you can offer informal resolution at any time during the complaint process. We can't require the parties to participate in informal resolution, and it's allowed in all cases except where an employee has harassed a student or is alleged to have harassed the student. The offer of informal resolution has to include written notice to both parties that of the allegations, of the requirements of the process, of any rules that would prevent the complainant from bringing a formal complaint again, and any other consequences, including how records will be kept. And both parties have to voluntarily agree in writing if they want to go through the informal resolution process. And then there are strict non-retaliation requirements for anybody participating in any way in this process. You can't participate or retaliate in any way. There are important notice requirements under this policy. We have to designate at least one employee as the Title IX coordinator for the school system and publicize that. We have to notify anybody who applies for admission to the school system of that person's name and contact information. And we also have to provide notice that we don't discriminate on the basis of sex in any of our programs throughout. Training is required for all staff to identify and report sexual harassment, keeping in mind that all of our staff are mandatory reporters. Training is required for all Title IX investigators, decision makers, coordinators, and facilitators, and anybody who's going to be involved in the appeals process, so that they are trained to be impartial and unbiased, and how to objectively evaluate all relevant evidence. And then there are very stringent record-keeping requirements. We have to maintain records of any report and any formal complaint for 7 years, including all of the different steps that were taken. If the complainant is not provided with supportive measures, we have to provide the reasons why they were not provided with those measures and document that and keep it for 7 years. We have to document the basis for our conclusion that our response was not deliberately indifferent, keeping in mind that that's the standard for liability, one of the standards for liability. We have to document the measures that we've taken to restore equal access to educational programs and opportunities, and a record of all materials that were used for training in this process for everybody involved in this process. And then we have implementation, and that's where I'm going to cut off the first half of this.
I was thinking that's where you're going to put a pin in it, but I was just asking the chair to ask you that.
He was whispering to me, where can we cut? Okay.
Yeah, so we're about halfway through this, and the idea was to get halfway through this today, so we'll pick up on this at the next opportunity we have.
Under informal resolutions, is that, thank you very much. Under informal resolutions, is that akin to plea bargaining or bargaining the deal down?
It's more like mediation, or sometimes it can be getting the two parties together and talking it out. It can be, the parameters for informal resolution are really broad. You can do pretty much whatever you want to.
Thank you.
And just one other question, maybe you could even save this for next time. When the appeals process, does that involve this board, or does that involve some other mechanism that the superintendent sets up?
It can be either, and under your process, it could end up at the board.
Okay, just curious. Okay, thank you very, yes,
I
go,
have
please.
questions. Who is our Title IX coordinator?
On employee matters is Dr. Pam Patterson. On student matters is Ms. Tracy Metcalf.
Okay, very good. I have another question, and the 1999 Davis-Monroe case, why is that under Title IX? Couldn't that be assault, battery?
It-
What, specifically, why are some of these cases being under the Title IX?
If you can have a sexual assault or a sexual battery, and it would still be a Title IX case. It could still be a Title IX case. In the LaShonda Davis case, you had primarily harassing activities. There was one that the student that was involved was actually ultimately there were juvenile charges taken out against the student for sexual battery. But it can be both.
It can be both,
Yeah.
okay.
Any other questions from members of the board? Thank you very, very much. That's extremely informative. Hence, it's a lot to digest, and we do appreciate it very, very much. Wait, there's more. Okay. Oh, we'll wait for the Ginsu knife commercial. Okay.
It just, one thing
Yes,
I
go
took
ahead.
away from this is it illustrates the onerous requirements foisted upon us as I can't think of the right word. Well, it's federal mandates. It's tied to federal funding. I mean, how much money do we get in federal funding each year? What's the compliance cost of this in both manpower and dollars, and the risk of getting sued? And then you take this plus all other federal compliance mandates, and, you know, it's just ridiculous that the federal government foists this upon local school districts, and they tie it to funding.
These regulations have been cited as Exhibit A, in those arguments for a lot of people. It's an incredible amount. Wait till you see part two.
I can't wait. I mean, it illustrates the absurdity of things foisted upon us tied to federal funding. I mean, I'm not saying. Let me just state this: I do not support sexual harassment or discrimination, but there's already remedies for that in law without creating these incredibly complicated and difficult to conform to bureaucratic mandates. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Especially concerning when you can't informally resolve something without a formal complaint. Am I correct on that? Okay, that is, well, whatever. But those are the laws that we live with, and those are the laws that we must obey, at least. Yeah.
Next time we come into this, that's one of the things that's to put this on the dock for proposed changes.
Okay. But thank you very, very much. This has been very, very informative. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's go on to our next topic, which is the utilization of, I think that's J1, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Visa teachers for 24-25 school year.
Okay, and I think Dr. Patterson is in the hall. I think, Dr. Metcalf, if you could get her and also Mr. Tomasini in. Might have to move a few mics around to sure we've got them on both sides of the table there, Charlie. But good morning again, Board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I hand it off to Dr. Patterson here, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the purpose of this agenda item and the timing of this agenda item. Utilization of J1 visa teachers for the 24-25 school year. You might say that this is a little early to be talking about the 24-25 school year. We're always looking ahead. But this is one of the reasons why we're looking at bringing this item forward today is that we really do have to have decision, if you will, an endorsement of the board potentially on this item, as this work begins really in January for the next school year, from Global Teaching Partners and other organizations that work and sponsor J-1 visa teachers over to the United States. The other reason we're looking at this opportunity to work with Global Teaching Partners is, as you know, it's challenging right now to recruit teachers, and certainly our higher needs spots and across all spots in our school district. So this is just one more tool in the toolbox of recruiting teachers. This has been something that's been out there for quite some time, for many years in the United States. Teachers from different countries coming and teaching in the United States, highly qualified teachers. Many of our sister and brother districts use this across the school, North Carolina, and I do think it's something that we should move forward with looking at, but doing it in a small way, starting small. And I think that's Nathan, Mr. Tomasini will talk about, that's something they asked from the start. I think even if we wanted to get 30, they said, no, we can't get you more than 5 or 6 probably. So we are starting small. Are going to recommend we start small with 5 or 6 teachers potentially in the 24-25 school year. So with that, Dr. Patterson, I don't know if there's anything you want to say in introduction, Mr. Tomasini, but we do have Mr. Tomasini here from Global Teaching Partners, so we thought it would be good for the board to get a little brief overview of information, but this does come with my recommendation for us to try this in a small way next year. Nathan?
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me. I'm here. Who's controlling?
I have it.
Oh, you have it. Okay, great. Go ahead.
My name is Becca McLean.
Well, that's what I was going to introduce Becca McLean. She's our candidate operations team lead. Becca does most of the selection for the teachers for the specific school districts. I should say you do all of the selections. And we'll talk a little bit more about that, but I'm the CEO, and I started this organization about 8 years ago. We have approximately 600 teachers. We have about 600 teachers operating through North Carolina and a few in Virginia. We work with 25 school districts. We work with large school districts such as Durham and Guilford.
Just pull that mic close, yeah.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. And then we also work with a lot of smaller school districts, Lone Salisbury, Elizabeth City. So we're pretty much all over the state of North Carolina. But our main mission is to bring high quality teachers from overseas and bring them on a cultural exchange, meaning they're here for up to 5 years. They come on a visa that's good for 3 years plus an additional 2 years if they're doing what they need to do, which is be high quality teachers. They come on a cross-cultural visa, meaning they're bringing their culture from their countries to the U.S. to share their culture. And hopefully when they're done teaching here after 5 years, they go home and become leaders in their countries. Go ahead. So Global Teaching Partners, we're located in RTP. We're a official U.S. Department of State J-1 visa sponsor, meaning that we control the visa process from soup to nuts. We also have approval through NC, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction to hire teachers. The way that it's arranged is it's generally it's the way it works, and it would take me a long time to go into, but basically it really doesn't cost the district money because the North Carolina DPI really is supportive of bringing international teachers to the school district. Like I said, we have about 600 teachers.
I'm sorry if I could interrupt right there. So you say it really doesn't cost the district money, and then you say that the North Carolina DPI is supportive.
Yeah.
So those are very vague words. So how do you make your money? I was reading the contract a few minutes ago, and I saw where we pay the teachers their normal salary and any adjustments, and they get full benefits to include Family and Medical Leave Act. So how do you all get paid?
That's a good question. So because they're not retiring from North Carolina, they don't receive retirement benefits. Okay, so
that generally that money right there is the fee that we charge. So, the state,
Which is about a 28% load,
what's that?
which is about a 28% load.
I'm not sure what the percentage.
It's about 28%,
Okay.
maybe more.
So-
What's the load on our teachers?
It was 24%. It was 24.5 last year. What is it going to be?
It's 25.02 this year.
Okay, so you guys get 25% of the salary,
Well, we have
roughly
a
that.
fee, a teacher fee that's $17.9. We pay, they have to have healthcare through us, and so we provide all the healthcare.
Okay, so you charge 17.9%.
No, 17, it's actually 17.5 is the price, $17,500 per teacher annually. Yeah.
Huh. And a starting teacher makes how much?
Well, it depends. They're highly qualified teachers that make.
I'm sorry, I was asking what's a starting teacher make?
This year is 39,000.
Our teachers can't start at 39,000 because they have to have a minimum of 2 years teaching experience.
Oh, so
most
what's,
of the teachers come in with 7 to 8 years experience,
and that would be approximately how much?
44,000 maybe, 45.
So that's about a 40% load. Anyway, I'm very I'm a businessman. I'm very interested in how you all make money.
Yeah.
And it's about a 35% load.
And
DPI pays the school district the average teacher salary each year for each international teacher.
Well, that's just the normal, that's just the norm, that's what they do normal for any teacher.
Yeah.
Okay.
we get a conversion of that. We get a conversion of the average teacher salary, which the savings, if you will, is that we're not paying benefits. So that savings then goes to pay a company like Global Teaching Partners when we have that situation. So that's how that's handled through that conversion. Tina could get into the details of that, but that's in general how that's done.
Okay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just,
No,
you
I-
use some vague words, and, whenever people use vague words involving finances, my ears perk up.
No, I understand, and I wasn't meaning to be vague. I was told to be pretty, go through the process, and we've discussed all that prior, and so I apologize, but my intention is not to be vague about any of it. I'm very upfront, transparent about everything we do in our business.
Well, let's go ahead and continue.
So our retention rates over the last 5 years, if you look at it, this means that the teachers that we have coming in and staying, each year, over the last 5 years, we've been at about a 97.5% retention rate. And this year, we haven't had any teachers leave just yet, but I'm sure a few will. But we do, our retention rate are those numbers, and those are the teachers that stay. Now, they do have to leave after 5 years.
I'm sorry, you said the teachers have to leave after 5 years?
Yeah, they're on a cultural exchange visa. It's not a permanent visa, so they're not allowed to stay here. They can go home for 2 years, and then they can come back, but it is required that they leave after 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
We have teachers from all around the world. Most of the countries that apply to these programs are developing countries, but as I said before, these teachers are qualified teachers and have been teachers in their home countries for most likely on average about 7 to 8 years, like I talked about. But these are the countries where our teachers are from currently. We talked about this already. The credential educators, they have at least 2 years teaching experience, and they all hold the equivalency of a U.S. bachelor's degree. All of the things a human resource professional would do to bring in a teacher, the interview process, the police background checks, the transcripts, everything is done by us, and it's all approved by the Department of State, and we keep all of those records in-house. And so, like we talked about, transparency, we have all those records that are available for the school district at any time.
Can you speak a little bit about, maybe I'm jumping the gun here a little bit, about proficiency in English and understandability? I think we've all, when we've been in college, have had teachers from many parts of the world, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time to understand accents and the like, but we're dealing with school children, not college kids. So that's at least one of my concerns.
Sure, that's one of the requirements from the State Department is that they have English fluency, and we test for English fluency throughout our process. We do a series of 3 interviews, sometimes in their home country, and it's an all-day-long interview, and we test for English fluency. We have yet to have a problem with that, and so I can't think of any times that a district has said that. Now, that's to say that their English is usually their second language, not always, but they must be fluent in English language.
And I'm also talking about understandability,
Yeah,
which is to say, I can understand people who are very fluent in English, but we're dealing with small school children, and they have to be able to understand the words in spite of, I'm sure there's an accent, and that's cool. Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
You know, I understand, but like I said, we have over 600 educators that are doing a fabulous job, and their English fluency is great.
Okay. All right, please continue.
Yeah, sorry. My name is Becca, hello. During their interview process, we listen for that and take notes on
Okay.
it. So a lot of times, we have really great teachers applying from countries where their accents are a little bit thicker. That person won't make it through our application process because we know that it would be difficult for children, especially to understand that person.
Okay, thank you very much. That's important, at least to me. I don't know about other members.
It's very important. It's very important.
This was the next.
But please continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I thought this was the last slide. So, they meet all the NCDPI license rate requirements. They come over when they receive their license. We know way prior, the process usually takes about anywhere from, say, 7 months to a year to apply and to go through the vetting process. But we know prior to their arrival that they will receive a North Carolina teaching license, okay? It's an extensive application process, as well as reference checks, police background checks, transcripts, through a third-party check. And they are eligible to teach in the U.S. for up to 5 years, like I talked about.
So as Nathan said, our application process is extensive. They first begin by completing an application. They then complete a questionnaire if they meet the minimum requirements of our program and of the J-1 visa. They also will take part in a phone interview where we kind of just feel them out over the phone, get a sense of what their teaching background is like and what some of their methodologies are in the classroom. If they're successful in that, they submit additional documentation to us, including their transcripts and degree certificates and their reference checks. Then they have a video interview in which they present a lesson. Most of the people conducting these video interviews are former teachers. So we're looking for really specific things in these interviews to make sure that that person has skills that will translate well to an American classroom. After that, they submit more documents, and then they have a second video interview, and the purpose of that interview is to determine if they would be a good fit for our program. A lot of people have been great educators in their home country for a long time. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're a good fit for a cultural exchange program where they have to be very adaptable, flexible, and willing to change their teaching practices as needed when they get here. So that's what we're kind of feeling out in that second video interview. And then if they are successful there, they'll become candidates with us. That means they go into our candidate pool, and that's the group of people that I select people from to interview with districts. In that candidate pool, they're given professional development on teaching standards, going over the standard course of study, interview preparation, just to kind of get them acclimated and prepared for any interviews they might have.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will turn on my. Are there any security background investigations or checks on these folks?
Yeah, so one of the documents that they have to submit to us is a criminal background check from their home country. So they submit that to us, and if they don't submit that to us, they don't get through our application process. We also conduct surface level, like social media checks on a lot of these people. sometimes it can be difficult because a lot of names are really similar on social media, so you're never quite sure if it's the same person necessarily. But we do look into that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, you stated that they must submit a criminal background check. So you do not go directly to the country and do the criminal background check yourself? Because like when I hire people, they don't give me their criminal background checks. We run the criminal background checks.
Yeah, they submit it to us. In some countries, like Colombia specifically, we can access it online, like through their records. But in places like Jamaica or the Philippines, we don't have access to get their background checks with their like local police departments, essentially.
So there's no way for you to validate, verify the criminal background? In many cases, or at least some cases, perhaps many cases, there's no way for you to validate the criminal background check that they provided. Is that true?
Yeah, not in like a third party way. I mean, we look at all of them. And we know
So someone coming from Jamaica or the Philippines very well could submit a fake background check and you have no way of validating it.
if we had a suspicion, we would call and find out, but yes, theoretically that could happen.
Yeah, and we could send it to the Department of State.
So how many of those do you send to the department, have you sent to the Department of State?
So we don't usually have to do that.
Because you take their word for it.
At that point, but then they have to go to a visa appointment at the U.S. Embassy in their home country and have to be able to get approved for a visa. If they have any record of anything criminal, they won't be given a visa. So that's kind of the fail-safe for that. That's happened before, but we, if they don't get a visa, we obviously don't bring them into the country.
When we run, Dr. Locklear, when we run background checks on personnel we hire, we interact directly with the people who produce the records, right? It's a third party. The employees do not show up with a clean criminal background check. It's done via a hands-off third party.
Correct. We have a vendor we work with
Right.
on that when we're hiring ourselves. That's correct.
Yeah, I don't feel we have the same protections in this case, hiring people from, by their own admission. Many of them come from third world countries, and third world countries are, have bribery and fraudulent records and poor records and whatnot. And it's our utmost duty to protect our children and our staff against assaults.
I think what I heard there, though, is they're not going to get through the Department of State. They're not getting a visa if they have anything in their background. I think is what I heard there, but I certainly hear what you're saying. When we're hiring, we have a criminal background check company that does that work for us on each employee, and then runs updates when something hits a criminal situation.
Ms. Davis?
I do have a separate question that was but going off of what Dr. Locklear said, do you know if our third party that we use currently for here would have access to countries outside of the United States if we wanted to do more of a deep dive, which I understand also it might not be necessary, but maybe you could look into that, because I don't expect you would know that off the top of your head.
I don't know that off the top of my head. I know that there's certain things that are requirements of when they run those checks, and there's some things they can do through the military as well. When we're getting someone who's been in different countries, et cetera, there's some releases you can get from the military. But anyway, I don't know the details on that, Pam. I don't know if there's anything you can add there.
No, I don't know the details. I
That's
can check
fine.
on that.
No, that's a
We
big
use
question.
something
Yeah.
called a live scan, don't we? Okay. Well,
We use the vendor BIB is the vendor we've gone through.
Okay. My question was, during the first interview, I believe do you do it with them, or you have a team of people that do?
We have a team.
Okay. The methodologies, I would like to know what you're looking for and what you're not looking for. What would keep you from bringing someone on for their methodologies, and what you are looking for?
For me personally, I'm always looking at classroom management as the most important aspect, because if you don't have that down, no learning will take place, regardless of how much you know your content. So I'm looking.
You mean discipline whenever you
Yes.
say classroom management?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, discipline. I'm looking for them to have established protocols in their classroom that involves parent communication, incentives, setting expectations early. One of the things that we also really look at is if in their home country, the practices, their discipline practices, are they similar to what we have here in the US? If they're not, that's a flag for us. And then we kind of look at, well, can this person learn those practices and adapt to them? And if the answer is no, we don't continue with them. The other part that I look at and that our team focuses on are instructional practices. If they're an elementary teacher, what does their small group work look like? Are they familiar with something similar to the science of reading? Are they familiar with state testing and what that looks like in their home country? For example, in Jamaica, they have a state test, I think it's in 6th grade, and they prepare for it very similarly to how we prepare our students for our state exams here. For high school teachers, we look for content area expertise, but we also look for their ability to build relationships with their students. A lot of our teachers are coming from countries like the Philippines where respect is a very natural part of the teacher-student relationship, and that's not always the case when you walk into an American classroom. So we try to suss out if this person will be able to build relationships and get their students to trust them and respect them from the start of the school year.
That's kind of a secondary question is it our goal, your goal, to bring their culture to us or our culture back to them?
Yeah, I would say it's both.
Go ahead. I'd like to hear if that's all you have to say. Well,
Yeah.
because you said to take their leadership skills back to their home country.
That's our hope,
Intrigued-
yeah.
Which intrigued me.
Yeah.
And how much of their culture we want to, I would assume the positive of their culture we would want to bring here and the negative we would not. But go
Well,
ahead.
I mean, I would hope that they bring, whatever their culture may be, whether it's, food, dance, education. They bring all of that, and then they learn about our culture because they learn a lot here. And then they take it back home. Technology is a huge resource here. And you go to a school in most developing countries, and they may have one computer for the whole school. And so they learn a lot. We do a lot of professional development on not only American culture, but technology as well. And so after they learn more about our curriculum and technology, and they can take that back home, they become leaders in there, and they help develop their countries.
Sure. Other questions by board members? Yes. Oh, I thought we were done, but please, go ahead, continue.
Something that we are really proud of at Global is our support model. We're very invested in the teachers that we bring in from the time they apply until they leave us at the end of their 5 years. We give them professional development before they arrive. So if they are offered a position with one of our districts, they begin learning about MTSS, they begin learning about Power School, they begin learning about those things before they even arrive so that their transition when they get here is as seamless as it can be. We also provide support to them throughout the application process, helping them manage the visa process, explaining to them how it all works. Once they arrive here, we have a 3-day in-person orientation in Durham, where we present to them about healthcare, which is very different in this country from a lot of their home countries. And we also present to them about kind of like cultural norms and best practices in a professional setting. We also provide them with an academic advisor. So all of our first-year teachers and all the other teachers also have an academic advisor who is specific to their location. So we have, I think, like 3 in Guilford. Depending on the size of the district, kind of determines how many advisors we have there. That person's job is to help the teacher adapt in the first couple of months that they're here. So when they get a directive from their principal or from their district and they don't understand it, they can go to their academic advisor, who is somebody who's either been a principal, they've at least been teachers, a lot of them have been district personnel in counties in North Carolina, to offer guidance to them. And they continue that relationship with them throughout the time that they're here. We follow a gradual release model, so they start very hands-on and kind of back away as the teacher becomes more comfortable with teaching here. We also help the teachers find housing before they arrive. So if they have been offered a job with one of our districts, we have somebody on the team whose job it is to find an apartment for them by the school that they'll be teaching in. And we do that before they arrive so that it's pretty seamless once they get here. They just have to move in. We also provide a transitional advisor. That's somebody who will drive the teacher to and from school until that person purchases a car. Typically, it's somebody who is on our program in their second through fifth year. In our new districts, it's usually somebody recommended by a principal who wants to make some extra cash and can help out with driving. That person will also take the teacher to purchase their car, take them to the grocery store when they need it, help them kind of get settled. Something else that we provide is throughout their time here, we have a system very similar to Canvas that the teachers can log into for professional development. We have dual language programs throughout the state, and we have a lot of resources for those teachers on there. A lot of information about building relationships, about IEPs, things like that, that they can always revisit if they need to.
So one of the things that we believe is very important if we decide to partner and come in and bring teachers is that it can be a tough transition in the first year because they come literally with 2 or 3 bags, and when they get here, we support in helping them get housing and things like that. But it is a transition. They're moving to a new country. They're moving to a new culture, trying to assimilate, learning a new curriculum, things like that. And so they usually, get here and they're very excited. And then the second stage is 3 to 4 weeks later, they generally struggle a little bit. And so it's because they're working with students they're not used to and parents that they're not used to. And so it's a little bit of a crash. But then once they get their legs under them again, they tend to move up and start doing better. And that's usually right around now, which is, Halloween. Is we kind of joke around about it, but it is Halloween. It's usually about, a couple months after they arrive. And then right around, they get a couple breaks, and then right around January, they really start to take off. Because all of our teachers are really good teachers in their home countries. And so we do a great job of vetting our teachers. We talked about the criminal background checks. I'm more concerned about transcripts and things like that for people just trying to get into the country on different types of visas or things like that, where we do have a third party looking at that. We do a good job of checking backgrounds and vetting our teachers, and I'm proud of that. So go ahead. So this last year, just looking at our teacher accomplishments this last year, in many of our school districts, we had 4 beginning teachers of the year, meaning that after their first year. We had 7 teachers that were teacher of the year nominees, STEM teachers, employees of excellence, and different awards. And so we're always looking to support our teachers. We don't assess them. That's your job as the school district, but we observe and support. We like a partnership between the 3 groups, meaning the school district, us, and the teacher, because we know it can be difficult to teach in another country. But we also think that it brings an element to the school district that they may have not had before. And many of the children here, I imagine, haven't been out of the state or out of the country, and to be able to communicate with someone that has and bring a different type of ideas and cultures, I think, is important. So,
Question. Have you ever had to swap out a teacher in midstream? And if so, how did that work out?
well, we don't really have the ability to swap out a teacher. I'd say in 8 years, we've had 4 teachers get fired in 8 years. And so we have 600 teachers. We try to think that if there is a teacher that's struggling, and they do, just like they do here in the U.S., they'll struggle. We'll get in that classroom and help those teachers. Because usually at the beginning, it's usually discipline or classroom management. It's not usually curriculum based. And so, so if a teacher does get to the point to where they've been fired, we don't have the ability to swap out a teacher. We don't have any teachers that are laying around or anything like that. We're hopeful that they work out. And you know, like I said, if you look at our retention rates, it's better than a U.S. teacher retention rate. So we're at 97.5%.
I was also thinking about illness or, you know, other circumstances like that, replacement potential.
Yeah, you know, the State Department, it's interesting because they only allow teachers to be brought in one time a year, and that's from July through October. So any teacher that's coming in has to come in during that time. So if they're not going to work out, say in January, then we there's really nothing we can do, and I wish there was, but there isn't.
Thank you.
Please, continue.
No, we finished.
Oh, we finished, okay.
So we'll answer any questions that you may have.
All right, any other,
Yeah, so thank you for your presentation. So I had a few questions, if you just bear with me. So the North Carolina teaching degree, you say that they do get that prior or during their stay here?
Do you mean their licensure?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so once we know that they've gotten a job offer and they're accepting the job offer, we kind of put the wheels in motion to get all of the materials together for NCDPI. And once they've arrived and they sign the form, we send that to NCDPI on their behalf. We have somebody in the office that's like her whole job is compiling that for all of our teachers. And then they're issued their licenses usually within the first 5 months that they're here, depending on how fast NCDPI processes them.
So they don't have to take the praxis or anything. Wow, they got a good deal.
Well, they will. Let me just say that.
Yeah.
Let's just say that you have a teacher that, because like saying in Columbia, most teachers will spend half a day in an elementary school and then half a day in a middle school or something like that. So initially we'll license them in a certain area. Let's just say that you may want them to teach a middle school later on. That's when they may have to take the praxis to get their further licensure. But up to that point, we do all the transcript, which is evaluated by a third party per the Department of State and DPI. Once they do get their licensure, then they're all set, and it's done.
And the way they qualify for the licensure, it's not just based off of their transcripts, it's their experience that we verify. So they have to have 2 years of full-time teaching experience in the content area in which they're going to be licensed. And we have somebody on staff whose job it is to verify with that employer that those 2 years did happen.
What I find interesting is it's very hard for a teacher like myself to go to Connecticut and teach, and I have to take the Connecticut praxis up there and pass it in order to become a teacher. But you guys don't have to do that. So that's interesting. Also,
So let me comment on that.
Yeah.
That is not dissimilar from listening to American white-collar workers talk about how easily they are replaced by J-1 visa white-collar workers, how many of the same standards that are in place for American wages or workers are waived by these visa people. So what you just expressed there for your teaching profession is not unlike what nurses at First Health have complained about when they started bringing in foreign visa nurses. And it's not unlike what computer scientists have complained about when, this is the academic industrial complex equivalent of Microsoft bringing in visa workers to displace American workers. It's the exact same complaint.
and I will add, we do have a thing. It's not called lateral entry anymore. It's called something else. But
Residential.
thank you.
Residency.
But so we do have that. But that's where I'm teaching in a profession, and I'm taking classes at night to become a North Carolina licensed teacher. But my other question is that to me, it would seem like these teachers would have to have some money for like living arrangements and stuff like that, because we don't provide that, do we?
No.
Yeah, so they would have to have that in advance to.
We asked them to bring a minimum of $3,000 equivalent US dollars, and then we provide a $2,000 interest-free loan over the first first year. And that goes on their visa documentation, so when they go through the embassy, they get checked for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you already answered one of my questions. That's why I'm glad I waited. You said you have over 600 teachers currently with you at right now. And then this question is for Dr. Locklear. So I'm not David Hensley's brain with math. I'm girl math in my head. But from what I calculated, that would be $87,000 or more. Where would we come up with that for 5 teachers? I just did 5 teachers for $17,500.
It's the difference between what we're able to convert for an international teacher. The state of North Carolina has a conversion formula, if you will, based on the average cost, average salary for a teacher. We get that conversion number. Included in that average salary is benefit cost, and then that benefit cost, which we're not paying, covers the $17,500 per teacher that we're then paying Global Teaching Partners or there's other companies that do this. One of the reasons we're bringing Global Teaching Partners is because of their street cred, quite honestly,
So
to
it's
put
not
it
gonna cost
in a
us
very
any.
blunt way. And that many school districts have had a lot of success with working with Global Teaching Partners and the support and customer service they provide. But yes, that's kind of in general. Now, Tina can get into the very gritty details of how all that works. I think I explained that correctly, Tina.
Bottom line, it's not costing us additional funds.
That's what I was wondering.
Am I correct? Okay. Other thing is, Dr. Locklear, you had mentioned to me, I believe, that the purpose for these teachers, is this math and science or whatever?
I think we'd love to find some math teachers through this process. But the reality is we go into the school year with vacancies in every subject area. So, and this is on a very small scale. When you're talking about 700 teachers or so, 800 teachers in our school district, we're only starting at 5 to 6 teachers to see how this goes. And this can be mutually a situation where we say this isn't working out.
Yeah.
And we don't do it anymore. And so can Global Teaching Partners say, this isn't working out. And they cannot do it anymore. So that's part of the contract that when we enter these type of agreements.
Other members, yes,
So-
go ahead. Let's give Shannon.
I have a
don't mind.
Oh, question
fine.
as to
All
what-
right, Shannon says okay, so go.
Yeah, my question's a follow-up question to what Tina and Dr. Locklear said. So, what is the mechanism? I'm sure that normal employees can't just opt out of the retirement system. I'm sure that whoever, I'm sure that no employee here can just say, I don't want to participate in the retirement system, give me the 24%. So was there special legislation that'll, well, can I finish my question? Is there special legislation that was put into place that allowed the recoup of this? And if so, when was it put into place?
Mr.
Thank you.
Schwartz.
I appreciate your answer. I just wanted to make sure I got it.
There is legislation, best of my recollection, it was 15, 20 years ago.
20 plus years ago.
Yeah.
What's I'd be interested in seeing so there's specific legislation that allows, and it's specifically for this case, teachers coming in on visas.
Yes. Yes, it's not specific to the visas, but it's for international faculty. And visiting international faculty got the legislation passed, I'm saying about 20 years ago,
Yes, yes.
if memory serves.
So that would have been in like 2003, early 2000s.
I could look it up,
roughly.
I can't recall off the top of my head, but
Yeah.
it's roughly around that time.
Okay.
VIF got the legislation approved, and they're now participate, is what the company's name is now,
I'm sorry, VIF.
Visiting International Faculty.
Oh, that's a company that
Yes.
got the
Yeah, they're a
legislation
North Carolina
approved?
company, yeah.
Okay, all right, go ahead, with you. Shannon, who's next? Yeah.
It may seem like a bit of an unusual question, but I'd like to know, you've had this business for 8 years. What your background was before then and how you came up with this.
Well-
What's your passion behind this? What drives you? And That helps with the street credibility, in my opinion. Go ahead, please.
Well, I was a professor, and I ran a educational leadership program at VCU, Virginia Commonwealth, and we did some leadership. And the president was a young president that came in and wanted people to work with in overseas and cultural exchange, and so I thought it was important. So I started working in Qatar, where the World Cup recently was, developing a program there, as well as one in Spain. And I just got really interested in the educational aspect of it. I actually worked with, he talked about the VIF for many years ago for about a year. And that's where I knew about the program and about the educational component, and I think it's important. You know, I do want to say, I understand your ideas about displacement, but I have never once felt like we're displacing any teachers. And I'm sure that we can have a healthy discussion about that. But the school districts that we work with, I don't believe that, and I've never felt that way.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions?
I do.
Yes, please, Ms. Bruno.
Yeah, just like Stacy, I took the praxis in Pennsylvania. When I moved to Connecticut, I had to take the praxis all over again. So, yeah, that raises some questions to me. Also, you said you have dual language programs throughout the state.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you need those when you initially interview, you're interviewing for English proficiency?
Yeah. So a lot of districts that we work with have dual language immersion programs at their schools where their elementary students are taught either 50-50, 50% of the time in a target language like Spanish, 50% of the time in English. So they're learning content while they're learning the second target language. So some of our schools hire bilingual elementary educators from Spanish-speaking countries to come in to be able to fulfill those roles because they have to be able to teach elementary content standards in the target language, which most of the time is Spanish, though there are dual language programs for Chinese and other languages as well.
Let me follow up on that. We have a dual language program. It's in Robbins. Where do we get those teachers? Are they American teachers, or is there some other mechanism we get them from?
That is through Participate Learning, which is another sponsor in North Carolina, one of the four. There's one of
We've
those.
had a long-standing relationship with them with that program at Robbins and previously at West End Elementary that we phased out.
But that wasn't a fit for this particular thing. The only thing is, we've had experience with them. These guys may be great. I just don't know anything about them.
Yeah.
Okay, but we have had experience with this other company. What made us decide to go with these guys as opposed to this other company?
I'll let you go, Pam, and I've got my own thought on that, but go ahead, Pam.
So I have talked to other districts, and what I have heard about them is phenomenal. That the teachers they bring in know their content very deeply, and they often pull green and blue, of course, growth and high growth with our students in North Carolina.
I'd also say Participate is program-centered right now. They're very program-centered on dual language programs, immersion programs.
Right.
They're not solely looking at recruiting teachers to serve curricular needs, classroom needs. It's more program-centered, which is why a group like Global Teaching Partners was why we were looking that way.
And do we have a similar payment system with that other company?
Yes, sir.
So this payment system is not new to us. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's one of the things I wanted to know. Okay, other questions? by the
Yeah,
board?
I have one more.
Yes, please.
Okay, I real quickly went online and looked at some of the reviews and comments, and it looked like a lot of them, maybe, well, I don't know, but teaching was not the priority to come here. Traveling was the priority, and they would never be able to afford to come to America, travel through America without this program. Tell me more about this. And I understand one goes hand in hand, but I want to know what the priority is here. Is it just getting to America and the teaching is the way to get here? Or
Well,
help me?
You can talk about it, but I'd say that that's a difficult question to ask. I mean, we ask those during the vetting process, but I wouldn't say it's just traveling. You hope that it's a cultural exchange and that they're wanting to come. Yeah, sure that
Okay, you
some.
hope.
Well, I mean, we're asking questions, and I mean, I can look at our retention rates and how our teachers are doing, and I can go to that direction and assume they're doing a great job. Yeah, but Good.
One of the things I've learned through interviewing hundreds of international teachers is that they view the American education system as the creme de la creme. Especially teachers coming from developing countries, they look at it as the opportunity to change their lives because they're going to be able to learn from the best while they're here. Especially, I know I interview a lot of teachers from the Philippines. They refer to the U.S. as the land of milk and honey. And they talk about how progressive we are with our education system here and how a lot of what they learn in their colleges and their universities is based off of how we teach here. So for them, yes, it's a travel component, it's a getting to America component, but we're looking to really single out and continue with the people who are doing it for the reason of becoming a better educator. And so that when they return to their home countries, if they're working with underserved students there, they can bring with them world-class knowledge and expertise that they wouldn't have had access to otherwise.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Other questions by the board? Okay. Yes, oh, David, yes, go ahead.
I have a couple questions, and I have a bunch of observations. I'll just cover them in the order that I jotted them down. First of all, well, let me ask you this, Dr. Locklear. So we have letters training, we have very specific curriculums, we have very specific methods, we have MTSS, we have social emotional learning. Again, we have letters, we have the science of reading. How long does it, from the time we get a teacher, let me use two different teachers. Let's use a new teacher right out of school, and let's use an experienced teacher with 2 years of teaching as your minimum. So let's just use a 2-year teacher. Let's say we have a 2-year teacher, someone who taught in Scotland. Let's say they taught in Alaska, somewhere that doesn't use MTSS, doesn't use social emotional learning, doesn't use the science of reading. How long would it take a teacher that arrived at Moore County schools to become proficient in the methods that we use and effective in the methods that we use to instruct our children?
That's a question I don't know if I can answer. I think it's going to be driven by each individual staff member, their experiences. It's going to be driven on where they're coming in with that, and when and how we're able to provide professional learning for those teachers. It's going to be driven based on their relationship with their mentors and how they dive in and embrace that work. And I think that's going to be whether we're talking about a teacher who's coming in from a school district in the United States.
Yep. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's the same. That's why I'm saying,
Yeah.
well, it's different because there's cultural and perhaps language issues too. But is it measured in years to become a proficient teacher with letters and the science of learning and MTSS and SEL? Does that teacher become proficient in that by Halloween, the first year they're here, or does it take years?
I think it takes years, no matter what teacher you're talking about.
Okay, so it
And
takes
there's
years.
continued growth
Right.
in that.
Okay.
We bring in a teacher, get them in the letters training right away. But I mean, we've got teachers who started that last year and second year of that and then in their modules. So it does take years. However, with that said, it would be my expectation, I think our principal's expectation, when the teachers are coming in from day one, that they're proficient teachers, or they're committed to getting there and getting in there quick.
Yep.
So that's that proficient teachers. Now you're saying proficient in letters. That's a whole different ballgame because that's a multiple year training. But we do expect our teachers, and we want to be hiring the best possible teachers that can step in the classroom and make a difference.
Right, so when we hire a teacher, any member of our team, how long do you hope that they stay here?
Well, I would certainly hope they stay here for many, many years. This is unique. They can only stay 5 years. But I'll take a great teacher for 5 years. It's kind of like what we've talked about with our military spouses who come in and then PCS out. We may only have them a couple years, but we'll take those teachers for a couple years because they're great staff members and hope that maybe they come back. And I think there's the opportunity for these teachers to come back possibly too.
Yeah, so characterizing this, we get a teacher on this program. It takes them a couple years to get up to speed on and become proficient, and then we lose them 2 or 3 years later, and with no hope of retaining them. That's my first point. It's almost like we're training other countries' teachers. So a couple other things. There's basically, if you listen to the presentation, you go to the website, there's really 2 arguments for outsourcing our teachers and bringing them in on visas. One is the cultural exchange. I'm going to address each one of these independently. One is the cultural exchange part, and the other part is addressing the manpower shortage. Those are 2 very different things, and I'm going to address each one of them. One is I would like to remind the board that we struck out the whole global citizens part from our mission statement. We just crossed that out. We crossed out global citizens, and we insisted that all of our schools do it on their school improvement plans, and we replaced it with citizens of the United States of America. On the cultural exchange side, I went through the website, I looked at your blog, and I see people proudly waving flags from Colombia, Jamaica, Ghana, and it kind of reminds me of my daughter, who's this semester is going to UNC Charlotte, and she had a video of Palestinian flags waving and protesting in support of Palestine at UNC Charlotte last week. I'm not sure that cultural exchange is everything it's cracked up to be. On the manpower side, we talked about this a little bit, but I talked about Ray Charles can see this coming, people. And I talked about this when we stood up the virtual academy, that this is a slippery slope. I started this 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, when they first proposed the virtual academy. And I said, this is a slippery slope to outsourcing our teachers, because if you do virtual training, the teacher could be in Moore County, the teacher could be in Scotland County, the teacher could be in Kentucky, the teacher could be in India. And then I got reassurances, and the only reason I ultimately voted for that was because I got reassurances, and this board got reassurances, that the teachers for our virtual academy would live in Moore County, be Moore County residents, and they weren't going to be virtual teachers in India or even out of our state. Okay, then we go up to our new virtual, so that was virtual classes. Then we move up to, and we just wrestled with this a few months ago, and again, I warned of the slippery slope of outsourcing our teachers. And this was the virtual math teachers that we now have at Cranes Creek. And I warned that if we start doing virtual teachers, then okay, those virtual teachers those virtual teachers aren't in Moore County. They're not even necessarily in this state. They're not even necessarily in this country. And I said, look, this is a slippery slope to outsourcing our teachers, and we need to protect our teachers. Then, oh, no, that's being paranoid. This is limited. And less than 6 months later, we've got the central office is parading forth really to fill the manpower gap, this whole idea of bringing teachers in on visas. And again, everyone is for this until it affects them. We had this in nursing. Nursing, let's bring nurses in from the Philippines. And they brought nurses in from the Philippines who are willing to work for half the wages of American nurses. And many people argue that healthcare suffered. I'm not an expert, but there were certainly American workers displaced. The same things happen in white-collar jobs. The same things happen with computer scientists and this and that. Again, this is a slippery slope of outsourcing teachers. You know, I'm a capitalist. I mean, everyone here, I believe, is a capitalist. But, you know, 60 teachers, I have some problems on this math. I don't understand how we can get to $17,500 per teacher, because if you go on a 24% load, that teacher, the average teacher would have to be $72,000 to make a $17,500. So I don't really understand the funding mechanism, but taking the CEO's word at $17,500 per teacher is what they get paid. 600 teachers, that's a $10.5 million a year revenue company. This is the academic industrial complex trying to bring in and make the norm, just like they did IT, just like they did all kinds of white-collar workers. This is the academic industrial complex and those companies that orbit around academia trying to make a profit. I'm not against a profit, but they're trying to make a profit displacing American workers, and we shouldn't be part of that. What we really should do is stick to our plan. If we need more teachers, the way we get more teachers is we have such an outstanding school district, academically, discipline-wise, respect-wise, that teachers are flocking here to be part of it. You know, they use Scotland County. One of their case studies on their website is the dual language immersion program at Scotland County. Scotland County is hardly the model of academic success in North Carolina. And in fact, if we want Scotland County's teachers, all we have to do is provide a safe, violent-free work environment where students are respectful of the faculty and staff and deliver academic results, and teachers from the surrounding counties will come flocking here. This is not necessary. We do not need to outsource yet another profession to visa holders who come into our country. Anyway, that's
Okay,
it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the board? Okay, let me just say one thing. I've never liked, of course, the Microsoft HB1 visa program. But there is a difference. And the difference is that we don't have teachers. That's my problem. In other words, if we have teachers and we're looking to bring in some different teachers for cultural stuff or whatever it is, I wouldn't agree. But we don't have the teachers. And the teachers, as we sit here, we're still what, how many teachers are we shy, about 30?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're
Isn't that better than this time last year?
There may be some improvement, yes, sir.
I think it's improved from this time last year. Anyway,
okay.
thank you.
Yeah, sure. So we've got a 30 teacher deficit. So where are we going to find the teachers? Well, we've, the past couple of years since COVID, we've been trying to find them, and we haven't been successful doing it. This is one answer that we have. And when I look at the, for instance, the problem with the math teachers, the virtual math teachers, and the like, I hate that, okay? But would I rather have a physical math teacher there in that school, okay, in that school, rather than that virtual person? Yeah. And of course, this would cost us less than the virtual person, because the virtual person, not only do we have to pay for the virtual teacher, but we also have to pay for the person to stand in the classroom, the helper or whatever it is. So I don't see this as a Microsoft HB1 visa problem where we're displacing teachers. We've been spending 2 years and we still don't have the teachers we need, so we better look for something else. And this is that something else. I would hope that we would, if we decide to do it, and I can understand Mr. Hensley's misgivings, because I kind of share that too. but we don't have the teachers. We need the teachers. This is one way to get those teachers. And rather than have the kids, we have to think about not whether we're displacing teachers, but whether we're going to have these teachers or no teachers. So that's the way I look at it. So with that, we'll put this on for our business. There's a contract, am I correct?
Yes, sir, it's attached to the executive summary. Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
Word on that contract, Mr. Chair, is
Sure.
I would like, and I think this will be a closed session, there's a waiver, I forget how it's titled, but in the contract, there's a waiver, there's indemnification of these people, global teaching partners, that I think goes beyond. We just need to look at the indemnification that we're providing to them.
okay, so maybe that can be a subject of closed session. You're looking for advice from counsel, am I right?
Yeah, I took a snap, I can tell them exactly the paragraph, I took a snapshot of a while ago. The release, paragraph 4, there's a release where we release all claims against global. I think that's a pretty tough standard, because as they admitted, they don't even they have no way of verifying background checks, but they expect us to release them. Let's say a bad actor does get in here and does something horrific, and they haven't even validated the background checks, and they're a $10 million revenue company, and we're supposed to indemnify them against them being drug into the suit. I don't see that.
Okay, so Mr. Schwartz, why don't we take that up at our closed session, at the business session?
Yeah,
So
and
we
it's
can-
not an indemnification, it's a release, so just to be clear.
Okay, all right, so we can certainly get legal advice on that. Other members, yes, sir?
Comment, please. This is kind of a special situation. Do we have any kind of special monitoring mechanism to follow how this is all going? Eventually, we're going to have to make a decision on whether to continue it or not. But do we have some kind of a mechanism to follow the progress?
Yes, sir. We've been following, for example, the dual immersion program. The Robbins Elementary is an analysis and whether or not we're going to move forward or phase that out based on the impact academically for those students. And this would be something we would monitor through our normal processes, because these would be regular classroom teachers in the classroom being evaluated by our principals, and in a partnership with Global Teaching Partners. They offer support as well, but this would be something we would monitor to see if we feel it's successful in supporting student needs, is really what it amounts down to.
Would that be supported by data collection?
It would be, yeah, through evaluation data, through if they're teaching in a state tested subject, we'd have that data on how the students performed. Have I-ready data, we'd have all kind of sorts of data depending on the grade level, and we would be collecting that and looking at that.
Thank you.
I see you with your finger on the button.
Yes, sir. I have the same reservations that Mr. Hensley has. With the the point that you made is if we make Moore County Schools the place to come, which we have a few more months, this coming, the year that we're in now, and I hope we won't need your services by next year, and I don't mean that offensively, but I hope that we won't need your services next year. So over the next few months, as we continue to progress in a positive way, as we have been, perhaps we won't need them. But at the same time, if we have a deficit, we're going to need teachers. And I first glance, your program seems to be a genuine, of the heart, wonderful concept for those coming here and for those that are in need, which would be us and others. But we need to continue on the positive trajectory that we are, and hopefully we won't need the services next year. That's just my closing statement.
So I have two other additional remarks. One is I was happy to hear the superintendent mention perhaps taking a look at the dual language immersion program at Robbins, because I do not believe it's a coincidence that the only school that we have with a dual language immersion program also happens to be an F-rated school, because I don't understand how you increase academic performance on standardized tests and other things administered in English when you don't teach English half the time. But anyway,
We're going to have a presentation by Robbins later
Good.
today.
Good. And then the second point, and it really goes to what Mr. Ben, it really goes to what everyone said. I would invite everyone to go back and rewind this video, and you'll see that the superintendent made two remarks, because I wrote them down. One is we'll start on a very small scale, and secondly, we'll only start with 5 or 6 teachers. Again, I'm here to tell you this is a slippery slope, and mark my words, 5 years from now, when teachers are flowing in from visas overseas, and we're wondering, gosh, what happened to all of our American teacher workforce? It's the same thing that the nursing profession asks. It's the same thing that the IT profession asks. And this is just another long list of companies that have slick, and I'm not, no aspersions towards you, but as an industry, these industries have slick lobbyists, and they get the laws changed, and they get preferential treatment, and they grease the wheels. And this is going to be another case of a tsunami of foreign workers coming in, taking over a complete another occupation in the United States and displacing American workers that live in our community and grew up in our community.
Well, I hope that, yes, go ahead.
I have to totally agree with Mr. Hensley on this. When we voted for the 2 math teachers up at Cranes Creek, I vowed to myself I would vote that time, but I won't ever vote for this again. I said it at the school board that I have a daughter-in-law who is living with us now, who is a traveling X-ray technician, and from her, I am learning what happens. And it starts small, and it just keeps growing. I am not for this at all.
Other comments? Yes, sir.
Question, what grades are these teachers targeted for?
Be K-12 opportunities. It's not specific to any one grade. It could be elementary, could be middle or high. Certainly we're always looking for math teachers and things of this nature that we're having a hard time finding those. And what I just re-emphasize again, and I appreciate Global Teaching Partners coming in and presenting to the board today and sharing information and spending the time they're spending with us on that. But what I would just emphasize again is that you're talking apples and oranges with what we're doing at Cranes Creek and what we're doing here. These are 2 different programs.
You mean Robbins?
No, I'm talking Cranes Creek with the virtual math teacher.
Virtual. Okay, yeah.
Which is synchronous virtual instruction. That's a very different deal than what we're talking here with J1 visa teachers. This is something that's been around for 20, 25 years. And it's really the purpose of this is to fill vacancies we're unable to fill with highly qualified teachers. And right, you're right, the contract is written for up to 6 teachers. So I just want to emphasize that. And it's a renewable contract, obviously, because you're committing to those teachers for a minimum of 3 up to 5 years. So that is, and it does come with my recommendation as one more tool in the toolbox in recruiting teachers to come to Moore County schools. I hope we don't need to utilize any creative tools. I hope there's folks waiting at our doors that want to come teach for Moore County schools. That's not our reality right now. And I have to be honest, as superintendent, I don't see it being our reality for many years to come. But I certainly want it to be that way, and that's what we'll continue to strive towards, to create that type of culture and learning environment in school district. But just wanted to kind of sum up on that note, and I know we've talked about this quite a bit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more thing to add, just
Yes,
to
ma'am.
follow through. Dr. Locklear's right, as far as if you look at colleges around the U.S., there's not many teaching professions going on and learning to become teachers. So that is, you're right on that. It's very alarming that no one wants to be a teacher these days. This is my opinion. I do have some, red flags that kind of come up, But as a teacher, to me, I just feel if we can use, I don't really care where a teacher comes from, as long as they're given a child a sound-based education, as long as they're working as a team for any children's success. I think that's important, especially for Moore County schools. We have many teachers now that are in the military and that are on visas right now. That and you know, unfortunately, being in the military, we do have to go to other states and sometimes other countries. I just had a family, you know, move to Germany, so and she's teaching out there. So I think as long as they know our curriculum, I don't have issues with this. I think it's important for us, for our children, to have success in education and learn. So if it bringing another culture in here, I think that's great. So thank you.
Anyone else?
One more question.
Yes, sir.
Is 5 years the only package you deal with?
Well, it's year to year, but it can be up to 5 years.
Okay. So if we wanted to evaluate this process for 3 years, we could opt for that?
Well, the teachers, yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Was there something you wanted, Ms. Davis?
The contract with them, I believe, would be annual, right? Our contract with them is annual, Mr. Benway, and the visa is up to 5 years, but that, we can reevaluate this on an annual basis. Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
Okay.
Anyone else? Once again, my feeling is, I don't like, if it was these teachers or those teachers, that's one thing. But this is these teachers or no teachers. That's where it goes, and I hope that we will hold everyone's feet to the fire so that because I believe as we have unemployment creeps up, and as we have more people who are free to hire in the workforce, we'll have less of a need for this, and that would be up to us as a board to say, okay, no more. We've got real American teachers educated in this country. But once again, it's not these teachers or those teachers, it's these teachers or no teachers. So
Well,
that's,
let me say one last thing is that when I started this organization 8 years ago, there wasn't a teacher shortage, was there?
I know.
No. So was that my intention? No, it was not. So whether we partner with y'all, it's we have many school districts that want to partner with us, and that we do a fantastic job. And it's not about the need. I appreciate other cultures, even if you don't. I do. You know, I have a child that was adopted from the Marshall Islands, and that kid is extremely important. And you know, his culture is important to me, and where you know, and the people that are coming here, they're not coming to take from y'all at all. They're coming to teach. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Sir, Chair, if I could. Sir, to be chair,
Please.
did anyone on this board say they didn't appreciate other cultures?
Where did that come from?
Okay, I guess that was just the way I viewed it.
I think you know.
I apologize then.
I think you know how to grab defeat from the jaws of victory. That's just my feeling, because I think your comment, to me at least, was very insulting. Because we all value other cultures, we really do, but we also want American trained teachers. That's my number one want, is American trained teachers who where English is the first language, and they are teaching them to be American citizens. I also value people from other cultures, but
Well, thank you for your time, and I don't look at it as a defeat. I really don't. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a quick 5-minute break?
Yes, why don't we? I don't want to take a lunch break at this time because Mr. Holmes is going to have to leave us in a second. We can? You can still stay for the next? Okay, all right. Do you want to take a lunch break or do you want to go into the next thing?
Mr. Board Attorney Swartz is gonna have to leave, so that,
Oh, okay, all right, so
Yeah.
let's take a 5-minute break if that's okay with everybody? Okay, thank you. process. So let's go to the district media technology and advisory committee recommendations, otherwise known as the Bucks. Dr. Locklear, I'll just turn it over to you for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, briefly, as a board, this is a board-initiated reviews that were decided on by the board in July. Before I hand it over to Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Gephardt to walk through the process, the timeline, the training, and then the summary recommendations, I just wanted to note that, I'm appreciative that we have good policies and procedures in dealing with these type of concerns about instructional resources or books, challenges to instructional resources or books. We have a good policy, good procedures, and we followed those with fidelity. I just wanted to also share my gratefulness for our staff who spent a considerable amount of time looking at these, reviewing them, and then making their recommendations. I'm certainly very appreciative of not just our staff, but also our parent representatives who served on the committees. Many hours went into them doing this work, and I just wanted to say thank you to them. Certainly three folks who put a lot of hours in as well are sitting in front of us as well, and I want to thank them. I also want to thank Mr. Schwartz and his firm. We received training. I talked to them about making sure we had good, consistent processes and reporting mechanisms, following the law, following our policy, and I want to thank Mr. Schwartz and his firm for their assistance and support. So with that, before I turn it over, as you saw from my recommendation, I do support the recommendations of our committees, but certainly lean on the board for your guidance from this point forward. Dr. Metcalf?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Yes, I think it was at the July 10th Combined School Board Work Session Regular Business Meeting that the board requested review of selected media resources. The request was review of the material for appropriateness under the standards district-wide, not in any specific school. We began our work on this shortly after July 10th and into August with the support of Mr. Schwartz and his legal team. We developed a PowerPoint for training, really two documents, a PowerPoint for training. We wanted all our committee members trained in the entire process, the review process and the expectations. They also, with our support, developed a template for the ultimate report. And so when you look at the reports, you'll notice that it's standardized in the manner in which they report out their findings and the recommendations and how we share those. And so we have a standardized report process. In September, we began putting the committees together after our teachers came back. Because of the number of books to be reviewed, we needed to put together 5 different committees. Each committee is made up of 5 members. There's a building level administrator, a media specialist, a parent, a teacher representative, and then a district leader. We worked hard to try to find representation throughout all areas, area 1, 2, and 3 of the district. Parents were selected by their PTO members, had great challenges, did a lot of recruitment of the parents and kind of talking them through the process. There was some wariness to do that, but we were able, as required, to have a parent on each of the 5 committees. We did attempt to have students. They're not required by policy or regulation, but we wanted to have students to participate in this. Reached out to the student councils at our high school level. The students there did not express interest. In several cases, parents did not want their child to participate. And so we do not have student representatives on these committees. In terms of administration, again, from around the district, we had 3 high school administrators and 2 middle school administrators. For media specialists, we had 2 high school and 3 middle school, again, trying to work from around the district, all areas. Parents, we had 2 parent representatives that had both a high school student and a middle school student, and then 3 of the parents were high school, parents of high school students. And then 3 teachers, 3 came from high school and 2 came from the middle school. Dr. Metcalf, just want to rewind a second. You said that there were no parents that wanted their students to participate.
Is that correct?
I can't say that no parents. I said in some cases where we reached out to the student representatives, the high school student councils, and in some cases there were students who were not interested in participating. In other cases, a student may have expressed interest, but their parents said, I would prefer them not to be involved.
That's interesting.
Yes.
One question.
Why?
Bob,
Yeah, go ahead.
hold on just a second. Before I lose this, it says on here that George was listed in Exhibit 1 but not requested for review. And I don't know how that is because it was all in one exhibit.
Our understanding was that it was not put forward by the board because it had previously been reviewed several years ago. And so that was my understanding. That was our understanding from that meeting.
That was discussed in July board meeting. Yes, sir.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, but please.
Did the parents give a reason why they didn't want their child involved in this reading?
I think the political nature of it made some parents uncomfortable, and maybe reflecting back to the previous time when we went through a review process, and that became somewhat political, I guess, for lack of a better term.
I don't understand what you mean by political.
Parents, I'll be honest, parents did not want to put their children into situations where they might be called out in the community.
It's a public record, so everything they say or do in these committees are publicly known, and they would get harassed online or whatever.
Concerned about that, concerned that might occur,
about
yes.
Oh,
So
okay.
I have an even more philosophical question. If this board really believed that these materials were inappropriate for our students, why would this board want our students on this committee? Because this board says it's inappropriate. So if we truly believe, and by the way, I'm not in that camp necessarily, but if this board truly believes that these materials are inappropriate for children, then we shouldn't have children on that committee, because you would be a hypocrite to say, I want children on a committee to determine whether or not something is inappropriate.
But isn't that part of what we have set up for each committee, that students have to be on the committee?
It's not required. It is an option to have students participate on the committees. There's only 3 spots that are
It's
required.
like, come here, young man, is this pornography? I mean, that's just not how you determine whether or not something's pornography, is you don't show it to a child and ask them.
Okay,
We're required to have a building level administrator, a media specialist, and a parent. That's a requirement for the committees. We can make the committees larger and get a more wider view about any particular piece of material, which in this case we did with having a teacher representative as well as the district representative as well. And by regulation policy, it also mentions students as being a possibility. In this case, we were not able to have them on the teams.
Oh, well, that's good.
I was looking
Okay.
at 5410, the policy, and it says to provide a wide range of materials that will enrich and support curriculum. And on all of these reports back, there was no curriculum link there.
But let me finish, if I can, the presentation. We can come back to that particular question, Mr. Holmes.
Go ahead, Dr. McCaffrey.
Thank you. So just I want to talk about process and kind of procedure. So we brought all the committees together, all the committee members together on September 26th. I personally met with the committees, each of the 5 groups, to provide the standardized book removal process training that we'd worked with our attorneys on. At that time, the books, which we had pulled together, in some cases had to purchase some additional copies, the books were distributed to the committee members for review. They were asked to examine the books in its entirety, survey professional reviewing sources, determine the extent the item supports the curriculum, and weigh the merits against the alleged weaknesses considered in the whole item instead of just in isolated passages. 9 books were reviewed. Again, as we noted earlier, in Exhibit 1, included in that executive summary is Exhibit 1. That include 5 additional titles that were not reviewed, 4 because they are no longer in our media centers or may not have been in our media centers, and 1 that had been previously reviewed and we were not asked to review again. So, Mr. Mr. Levy, with your permission, I think I'd just like to pull up the summary and to just go through for the record what the recommendation of the committees were for each of these books, and then we can go from there. The
Please, go
first-
ahead.
Thank you, sir. The first was the Kite Runner that had been, or is at Union Pines High School and Pinecrest High School. The committee's recommendation is to limit to grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions. That was adopted by a vote of 5-0. Second book is The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. That is at Union Pines High School currently. And the committee's recommendation was to limit to grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions. That was adopted by a vote of 5-0. The third book reviewed was Eleanor and Park by Rainbow Rowell. That is currently at Union Pines High School. The recommendation of the committee is limit to grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions. The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian, written by Sherman Alexie, currently at Union Pines High School and at Cranes Creek Middle School. Committee recommends limiting to grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions. That means we would remove it from Cranes Creek Middle School. That was adopted by a vote of 5-0. 13 Reasons Why, written by Jay Asher, currently at Union Pines High School and at West Pine Middle School. The recommendation for the committee is in grades 9 through 12, no restrictions. In grades 6 through 8, with parent permission only, can the book be checked out. That was adopted by a vote of 5-0. Think Speak, written by Lori Halsey Anderson, currently at Union Pines High School, grades 8 through 12, with no restrictions. 8 through 12 with no restrictions, adopted by a vote of 5-0. Looking for Alaska, written by John Green, currently at Union Pines High School and Cranes Creek Middle School. That's grades 9 through 12 was the recommendation, grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions, grades 7 and 8 with parent permission only. That was adopted by a vote of 5-0. So that would not be available at all for 6th graders in 7th and 8th with parent permission and no restrictions 9 through 12. Book Crank, written by Ellen Hopkins. It's at Union Pines High School in High Falls, K through 8. The recommendation, grades 9 through 12 with no restrictions, grade 8 with parent permission only required. So it would not be available in any grades lower than 8th, and in 8th grade with parent permission only, no restrictions in 9 through 12. That was adopted by a vote of 5-0. And then finally, City of Heavenly Fire, The Mortal Instruments, written by Cassandra Clare, currently can be found at Union Pines High School, Northmore High School, New Century Middle School, and Cranes Creek Middle School. The recommendation is grades 6 through 12, both middle school and high school, grades 6 through 12 with no restrictions. That was adopted by a vote of 5-0. And we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, let me, first of all, go to Mr. Holmes, because this is his baby, so let me see if he's got some comments first.
I'm thinking.
So
Okay.
I have
All right,
a cou-
yes,
I have a
go
cou-
ahead,
I
Mr.
have a
Hanson.
couple things. So first of all, my first question is procedural. What's the next step? Are we voting on this next week, or is there another step?
We make a recommendation to the board, then becomes the board's responsibility to vote. You could delay that
Okay,
if you
so-
chose to do that.
So all of the committee stuff's happened, so.
Yes, sir. This is the district committee is a, I guess you'd say, I don't know the exact way to put it, but it is a committee of the board because that's the way, this public committee. I am bringing to you my recommendation to support their recommendations, but the decision on, and please jump in, Rich, but decision on instructional resources, including books, is ultimately a final decision of the board.
Okay,
so-
one other thing. There are a number of things that we could do. We could vote on it on Monday. We could decide even today to postpone this till the December meeting, especially if some of the members of the board want to actually read the books, because they can be made available, or maybe the summary is okay with everyone. or whatever else the board wants to do
Well,
with
why
this.
don't we finish our discussions, then maybe we can decide that at the end.
Okay,
Dr.
that's
Metcalf.
fine.
So anyway, so here's my additional questions. My first question was what the next step is. My next question is, if we could scroll back up to the beginning of the, this question is for the board attorney. The executive summary, please. I'm sorry, it's a different document. So having gone through this with George, and I'll explain why I voted against this to begin with, because this played out exactly the way I thought it would play out, where we're all, people who voted for this are going to have to eat their words and vote to keep the books, and I'll explain why in a minute. In short, you guys were duped. But whether it is illustrations are vulgar and inappropriate for minor children and should be limited in availability. We talked court cases and whatnot in the previous George in open session, and is vulgar and inappropriate the standard per court cases for removing books from public schools?
No. Here we go. Let me go through for 1 second, if I may,
Sure.
to answer both your first question and this question.
Okay.
That is what's next and what's the process and what's the standard. So under your board policy and procedure, any decision to remove or to restrict access to any of these materials from either an individual school or district-wide has to be based on the legal standards that are articulated in this procedure following review of the appropriate committee's decision. Okay? So you've got the committee decisions linked in these materials. And the standards that are articulated in these regulations are as follows. Okay? You have to determine whether the material is pervasively vulgar, educationally unsuitable, or not age appropriate. And then you have to determine either to remove the material or to accommodate a particular student or parent. And before any material is removed, you must ensure that the removal will not adversely impact the alignment of the curriculum with current state instructional standards and its articulation from grade to grade. Those are the standards you're supposed to apply.
That's per our policy, right?
That's per your policy,
But aren't
and that is consistent with case law, and so that's why your policy is based on the case law.
Okay, because it was my understanding that it is almost virtually impossible to have a book removed at the high school level. Is that correct?
It's a difficult standard to reach at the high school level when you're considering age appropriateness and the standard of whether it's pervasively vulgar or educationally unsuitable.
Right. And the vast majority of these books were at the high school level that were challenged.
Well, they were challenged.
I only see, well, they were at the high school. They're like 80%
Right.
of these books were only at our high school, so they were only challenged at the high school level.
You've got several,
Actually,
half of them were at the middle school. 1, 2, 3,
Half,
4,
that's not,
5 out of 9 were at the middle school as well.
But they were, the challenge was to remove across
Across the district.
across the district. So the teams reviewed this from the perspective of all grade levels, which is
Whether or
why you
not-
see the restriction.
whether or not they existed at the
That is correct.
middle school level.
And I might add that there were findings that several of the books were, and this is their quote, pervasively vulgar. So I would, this book is pervasively vulgar. I hope we can take a look at it very, very hard.
You've got a book, Eleanor and Park, Do I Make You Wet? Is that not pervasively vulgar? I know you're a slut, you smell like cum. Is that pervasively vulgar? Also, I want to bring your attention back to 5410, where it says to provide a wide range of materials that will enrich and support curriculum. Can you tell me how that supports curriculum?
I can tell you that the committee felt like it supported that work. I have not personally read every one of these books.
You were
I
a part of that
supported-
committee?
I supported was not a part of the committees. I supported the work of them and worked to support them in bringing this together. I did the training, but I did not read the books and was not a part of the committee.
It didn't bring red flags or anything like that to them, I'm guessing?
I can't speak to the thought process of the committee.
Well, I
other
mean,
than
all
their
of these,
reports.
all of them were voted 5-0 in favor of, so it's kind of odd.
But they did add limits. You'll see for many of those books, they added limits, 8th grade only, for example, in one of the books, high school only. for others.
I'm curious to know which excerpts that you considered not to be pervasively vulgar.
I can't answer that, Mr. Holmes. I have not read the books.
What
Our
about the
respons-
excerpts?
Our responsibility here was to support the board's review teams in providing a recommendation to the board, and that's what we did.
Would you say, pick a book, any book of this, would you feel comfortable reading it in front of a classroom, whether it be high school or any other?
Difficult for me to say without having read the book in its entirety and understanding for myself what the context was, how the incidents described in that one excerpt, impacted the story as a whole. So I can't really answer that.
Yeah, when you talk about you smell like cum, I can't imagine an appropriate place for that to be read to any student. I'm sure you can agree with that.
I have not read the book. I don't know the context of it, and I certainly support the work of the committees that were formed to read the book in its entirety and provide a recommendation.
I can answer that question.
I don't
mean,
need you to. It's all right.
Well, I mean, he's
Okay,
not a member of the
all
committee. I
right.
mean, I'm not a member, but, the Diary of Anne Frank, I believe, has a lesbian scene in it, or a lesbian passage in it, or a description. I don't think anyone wants the Diary of Anne Frank removed because it has a passage in it that any given member of the public would think was inappropriate. And it also depends on grade level, and it also depends on, Mr. Holmes, you say, would you stand up and read this aloud? Well, the vast majority of people who check books out of the library don't read them aloud. They read them in quiet. I mean, there's passages in Anne Frank, there's passages in war books that I wouldn't read out loud, but I would certainly read them in the privacy of my own home.
You're an adult, so, yeah.
Well, our young people are, 17, 18 years old as well. And
Not
again, I
ninth
wouldn't
and 10th
remove the
graders.
Diary of Anne
Okay,
Frank.
why don't we direct questions to the presenter? Maybe that'll be more productive at this point. Yes, ma'am.
I have a comment. So I haven't read any of these books either, so I have to go on the judgment of what the committee wants, as what they say, what's best for our children. I don't know, Mr. Holmes, did you read any of these books at all?
I read a couple, but not all of them.
Yeah, so it's hard to make judgments on what the context is, like Dr. Metcalf said. So I have to entrust that the committee did their due diligence and provided us with the facts of how they feel as they are. So that's where I stand on this.
I'm sure you can agree that anybody can make their recommendations or make their points depending on their outlook or political belief or whatever. I mean, you can spin anything you want to depending on who's doing it. Don't you agree?
Yes, but I also agree with Mr. Hensley to the point of, I have a 9th grader and, she may want to read one of these and if I approve of that, because I look to see what she reads, she's not going to read that in front of the classroom. She's going to read that in the privacy of her own home.
Right, but she doesn't have to get your permission. Not if
But
she's in high school.
Correct, but I'm the parent that will look. So it's up to the parent's responsibility
Yeah,
at
but not all
home to see
parents
what
do
they're,
do that,
well,
though, do
that's
they?
that's on them.
Yeah.
Specifically, let me ask this question, because I thought maybe this was a typo. But in the book Crank, the content made drug use exciting, with no consequences. I want to make sure that that's not a typo.
That is not a typo. That was a comment that was made by one of the committee members
As a negative.
as a negative. to the
Whoa,
book.
there's no question it's a negative.
Yeah,
There's no question about that.
yeah, it was definitely a negative to the book.
Okay, I'm just questioning. Other comments from board members? Okay, if
Yeah,
not,
I
yeah,
have.
go ahead.
Okay.
But,
I-
Mr. Benway.
I'm trying to sort out in my mind the notion of academically redeeming materials. How did we, what kind of criteria did we use to determine that?
You want to answer that, Donna?
Under 5410 are our media specialists working with the school improvement teams, look at the demographics of their schools, and then go through and look at scholarly reviews on any upcoming books and things that they have in coming out, and that's how they make it. So it is made with a team decision. It's not just one person, or we're not just shipping boxes of books. And that's been a big focus that we've had, is you're to go through with your school improvement team. The other requirement under 5410R, which is our regulation, is that we are responsible for weeding and monitoring our collection. So that's where some of these books have been, if it's not checked out on for several years, they're going to actually weed it out of their circulation, because it's not obviously a book that is still within the range of what might be interesting for our students.
I'd also like to point out that I've spoken with a media specialist, and by their own admission, they said that they don't review and read every single book that comes through. And with that being said, you know, I believe now it's that these books aren't purchased in bulk anymore. Is that correct? Which is probably how 33 copies of George ended up at McDee's Creek. You
Yeah,
understand?
that's an excellent point, and that was a change at one point, as you know, Mr. Holmes. We were purchasing books in bulk, particularly at new schools where we were outfitting an entire media center. But we're moved away from that. We purchased the books in isolation. We doubled down with our media and technology team at the site to select those books. They're looking at scholarly materials, as Ms. Kephart noted, to ensure that they meet the needs of that school community. And I think continually weeding out those books, for lack of a better word, that may have been in before, as they become aware of them, as they're going through their files, maybe, that no longer meet the needs of the school community.
Yeah. I know, you know, we're not really talking about Georgia anymore, but if the media specialist was paying attention and reading what Georgia entailed, that book would not be in the schools. So, I mean, who's to say that there may be another book similar to Crank or Looking for Alaska, very, very similar? Would that media specialist reject that book, even if it was the same relevance as those other books that are currently in? Does that make sense?
Well, the media specialists work in conjunction with their technology and media team at the school. It's not one individual making the decision whether that book needs to be in the media center or not. They would go through a review process if they became aware of a book that they had some concerns about.
Since all the attention of this, would it be safe to say that the media specialist or whoever are closely monitoring now what is coming into the school library as opposed to a couple years ago?
I would say the attention that has been brought to it, I'm sure, has increased their awareness to ensure that they're following those processes and procedures that are in place.
I wonder why they weren't paying that close of attention before. I mean, it's a hypothetical question. It's rhetorical, really.
Other members of the board?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's, you haven't said anything. Go ahead, Ms. Bruno.
Okay, I had a lot to say, but now I got.
Do you want me to go over to Ms.?
No, because then
Okay,
I'll
go ahead.
totally lose my train
Okay.
of thought. I'm glad to hear that our media specialists are being more aware of this. I don't understand how these books got into our libraries. I believe that we have to trust ourselves and not trust these super large publishing companies. This is our responsibility. The other thing is, I am sitting in this chair, Mr. Benway and Shannon Davis are sitting in this chair because the public of Moore County does not want these books in our educational center. I'm going to read every single one of them, so I would like to move this to December, because I'm going to read all of these books and get my own feel of it, because committees could be the greatest in the world. I can't make a decision unless I read it. But I am telling you, the people in this community are waiting for the results on this. I get phone calls, people come up to me and ask me all the time, when are you guys making this decision? So I represent the community. I represent our students. I don't really care what the committees have said. I'm going to read it myself.
It's like the committees were
decide.
just like the Legacy School Board, everything passed 5-0 or
Well,
everything.
if I could
let's-
interject,
let's-
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yeah.
We're
go
talking
ahead,
about
then to
our
Mr.
professionals. We're talking about our teachers, our media specialists, our administrators. If I could just interject, these are our professionals, professional educators who work tirelessly on behalf of our students. So I would just interject and say that I understand that the board may not agree with the committee's recommendations. I respect that 100%. That final decision rests with the school board, and we will implement that final decision at the school board. But I do still want to make the comment that we are talking about our professionals, and these are the folks that are in our schools working every day.
Mr. Benway.
Yeah. I'm going to reinforce Pauline here. It's important for the public to understand that we have an amoral approach and path that we're traveling. There is no consideration for community standards here. It's not part of the equation. We didn't realize that when we were running. I'm fairly surprised right now to find out that that's the case. At some point, we have a function of morality and ethics within our community, Moore County. And at some point, that's going to get some exposure as we make decisions. Right now, that is not the case, in my view. Thank you.
Okay. Others, before
I
give
do.
my 2 cents.
I do
Okay.
have one other thing, but I do need the executive summary back up, please. So, I've been through this once before, as has Ms. Caldwell and Mr. Holmes and Mr. Levy. And as you guys know, I tend to look at things thoroughly and I listen, although it may not appear that I'm paying attention, I'm generally paying attention. And I walked away from when the book George was challenged. I walked away when listening to the board attorney, different board attorney, if I recall correctly, and the advice and the case law. And I walked away with the distinct impression that regardless of what anyone on the school board wants, it is virtually impossible to remove a book from the high school level. And that is because the standard is pervasively vulgar. If anyone remembers, Hustler magazine went to the U.S. Supreme Court and it was deemed not to be pornography. And if you go look at the law, it talks about pornography, it talks about pervasively vulgar, and it talks about age inappropriate. That's what the law talks about. Then there's case law on top of that. And the end result is, and this is what we're up against, and I tried to articulate this back, when did we first talk about this? The July meeting? The July meeting, and I challenge each and every one of you all to go back and look when you all were voting in lockstep against Ms. Caldwell and myself. I objected on this for 2 reasons. The first reason was I think it's very inappropriate that board members who have to supposedly be the objective adjudicators on this, although it's permissible by law, I objected first that you cannot say you're an objective final arbitrator of something when you initiated it. So I objected on it for that reasons, because the state law is very clear when the state law, the North Carolina general statute, says faculty, staff, students, parents, and citizens can bring challenges, but for some reason, we as a board usurped the citizens' right to bring challenges as enshrined in the North Carolina General Statute. Rather, we made it a board prerogative, so I objected to it on that point. And you go back, and I made these exact same arguments. But more importantly, the second argument was the preponderance of these books, although they expanded the scope into middle schools, the challenges, go back and look, they were at the high school level. And I knew, and I articulated at the time, that there is no way that we are going to be removing, based upon case law and the fact that Hustler magazine, Centerfold, is not pornography. Therefore, the only way we can remove books is age inappropriate. Okay, great. I am all for removing pervasively vulgar and inappropriate books. And we have wide latitude to do that at the elementary and middle school level. It is virtually impossible for us to do this at the high school level. So I articulated at the time that this is going to be a giant waste of time. We're going to waste hundreds of man hours. And then when it comes to it, down to it, whether we vote in November or December, every board member except Ms. Caldwell and I are going to be eating crow when you're going to vote to uphold the recommendations to keep them in the high schools. And I articulated that back in July, but not a single person on this board listened. So I ask you to go back and watch the July meeting and then just fast forward and think about how you're going to vote in December, because once you meet with the board attorney and he explains the law, you're going to be, every single person here is going to be voting to keep those books in the high school, just as this committee recommends.
Would you be okay with Hustler being in high schools?
No, I'm not. But the bottom line is, if it's not pornography or pervasively vulgar, it doesn't matter how I define it. It's what the law and what the case law says. By the way, that brings me to my other point, Dr. Locklear. You mentioned early on that that our board attorney had spent a lot of time training the staff, and as to what, if we could get access to those briefs, or maybe in closed session, because I think that the board needs a refresher on what the standards are for having.
I'd be happy to share. Yes, they put together a PowerPoint that I then used in training the staff. Be happy to share that.
If you
with
could
Mr.
share
Haslett
that with us, and then maybe
this
it could
afternoon.
become a closed session.
I'll share it with the
topic later.
entire board this afternoon.
Okay.
Okay,
all right.
thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And comments. Is the pervasively vulgar, is that part of state law or board policy?
It's part of board policy based on case law.
Board policy based
Is
on
it the
case law.
term pervasively vulgar also in the statute? Am I correct?
Yes.
That's-
Okay.
yes.
So pervasively only means it's throughout the book. It doesn't, it just, if it's mentioned one time, then they get a free pass to excuse it because it's not throughout. So I did notice that in the reports that you guys gave us that they're not pervasively vulgar, as the,
Actually, there are several that are.
there are some, but the ones that were not were so mentioned.
And let me say one thing, if I could, Ms. Davis. I haven't heard a single person here make an age inappropriate argument. I've heard a pervasively vulgar.
Well, age inappropriate. If our children cannot go to an R-rated movie without parental guidance, then at the least we cannot have books in our libraries that provide parents the opportunity to know that there are X-rated and or in my opinion, it's X-rated. The visuals that you get when you read these words are not the same as what you get whenever you read Anne Frank, or whenever you read from the Bible, whenever it says that a man knew a woman. If you say that to a teenager today, they're not even going to understand what that means, because the language that is used is beautiful and pure, and you have an ability to say something without being vulgar about it. And that's the difference that we're talking about here. That's the age appropriateness of it. My argument is that the vulgarity in this, parents need to know. If we have a legal standard to take these out of our libraries, then we will. And if we don't, at the very least, we will make it where parents know that every single book that has this type of language in it has to be approved by the parent. At least make them aware that what their child is being offered has the potential to pollute their mind. That's all I'm saying right now.
Now, let me try to put my 2 cents into it. First of all, there is a difference between pornography and pervasively vulgar. To say that something is pornographic means that it is not protected by the First Amendment. It means that not even adults can read it, okay? The standard that we're looking at is not pornography, okay? We're looking at whether children should be viewing this. That is why the statute says pervasively vulgar, okay? And a book which is, and by the way, one of the things that I've always done, I've seen during my legal career, I used to see, probably seen 500 reports on child custody. And so many people go to the last page of the report and said, oh, the child goes to the father, that's it. No. You look at the report, and then you yourself decide, and then you take a look at maybe what the expert has suggested to you. So when I take a look at these reports, I've provided the board, at least was with my look at these books, and each book is different. For instance, Crank. The content made drug use exciting with no consequences. I wouldn't let that near a child. Okay, not even not in our high schools. Now, by the way, we do have a promise program, and if the parents want them to go while they're in high school over to the community college and want them to take certain courses in the community college, that's up to the parents and up to the students. And oddly enough, that is one safety valve for those people who want their children exposed to that sort of a thing. They've got the ability to do that. But so far as I'm concerned for myself, contrary to what is alleged here, I'm not going to vote for this book to be in our stacks. Okay, I'm going to vote for this book to be removed, because we should not be teaching this or even suggesting it. We are a special purpose library. Okay, every book in our library has an educational purpose, and if it doesn't meet that educational purpose, it shouldn't be in our library. We don't ban books. We've never banned books. We never will ban books, because people can go to the public library, they can go to Barnes and Noble, they can go to Amazon, they can go to all sorts of places to get these books. And we even have a state library, okay? And we even have the DPI has a library for, I understand, elementary students, okay? And these books, by the way, aren't in it. I did ask the administration to find out whether these books are in the DPI library, which the way the DPI library works is that they have a virtual library, and they may have 6 copies virtually of books, and you virtually take it off the shelf, and you read it, and then you must return it to the shelf. This is all done virtually, which is kind of neat and kind of interesting. But what gets to me is that none of these books are in that library. Now, that I understand that library is directed to the lower grades. Am I correct?
You are.
on
It's
that?
the digital library.
Yes.
It's designed for K through 8.
K through
students.
8.
And you are also correct. We did review. None of these books that we were asked to review are included in that digital library.
So that says one thing to me, and that is that not even DPI wants these books in the elementary grades. So I'd get rid of them, period, on that. And they've got a choice, that they've got certainly a larger library than we ever have. Where the committee finds the books pervasively vulgar, the only one that I would really question and I might leave it in, would be Bluest Eyes, and that's only because the book is on the AP literature list and is apparently on the exam for AP. So maybe I'd make an exception to that, okay? And there is another one which is a book which involves a rape scene but is not vulgar, and it does seem to me that the subject of rape and abuse and the like, and doesn't have any vulgarity at all, which is number 7, which is Speak. That to me should probably be left in there. Anyway, you have my notes on this, and it's more nuanced than I've said. But I would also, in closing, I would agree with Ms. Bruno that those of us who wish to probably should have the time to read these things, and we should probably put this over until December so that we have time to read it.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
On here where it says for Eleanor and Park, one of the questions on here is vulgarity pervasive throughout the work? And it was checked yes, but it's recommended to stay.
If you're questioning me, okay.
It's just-
Oh, you're questioning the committee, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Metcalf. Sure.
I can't speak to the committee's thinking on that. Again, I'm not sitting in on those meetings, but they may have said yes, that some of the content was pervasively vulgar, but
It's
that it
okay
was still
to stay.
suitable.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's sad.
So, now, Ms. Bruno, do you have a motion to table till December?
I would like to table this till December.
Okay. Oh, was there something?
I would like to table this till December because I would like to read each and every book. I also want to talk to the members of our community because I am telling you, they do not like these books.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? There's a second. Any discussion on that? Hearing no discussion, we'll move to a vote. I don't want to exclude Mr. Holmes from this specifically. So,
Maybe a 5-minute recess?
yeah, let's
maybe?
take about a 5-minute recess on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it would be unfair. Yeah, we're just voting on whether to postpone, so
Aye.
Okay. He said aye.
Oh, she said aye, okay. Anybody else in favor of postponing, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? 1, 2, opposed. Okay, let me do that with a raise of the hand, so just to make sure. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5, am I right? Okay. Those opposed? 2. Okay, so the matter is postponed until December. Okay, and Dr. Locklear, if you could make these books available for us to look at.
Yes, absolutely. We'll make sure, I don't know if we've got copies available right now, Mike, and how many? Okay. Yes, sir, we'll take care of that. Any board members who are interested, please let myself or Dr. Metcalf know.
Okay, so we're next to the Robbins Elementary School improvement plan. Am I still going forward? Nobody needs a break? Or what's the story here?
I would say there is lunch here for staff.
Oh, that's
I
right.
would
I've
ask.
forgotten
Yeah.
about lunch.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just a brief 30-minute lunch would be great.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
it is.
Schwartz, for your
Okay.
time today.
We'll be back here at 1:45.
Yes, sir.
Or, excuse me, Yes, 1:45.
Thank you.
Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have Ms. Jamie Harris-Smith, principal from Robbins Elementary School, here to present their plan today. As the board's aware, we weren't able to present Robbins Elementary School along with the other 16 plans a week and a half ago. I think it was 17th and 18th of October, the other 16 were presented. And so we've asked Ms. Harris-Smith, who's coming off of an illness, so we appreciate her perseverance to be here today and to walk through her plan. I would note that I think the board's gonna hear through this plan the same consistent approach that you've seen in the other 16 plans. That's data-driven, that's focused on the improvement of student outcomes, and also continue to take a strong look at the culture and climate in the building. So I think you'll see that consistently throughout. But with that, I'll turn it over to Principal Smith and Ms. Sinan and Ms. Stewart. So welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for having me. Thank you, Dr. Locklear, for having me. Thank you, board members, for allowing me to present today. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, so I'm going to go over our school's overall GLP. So as you can see, since pre-pandemic to now, we have shown significant gains. We have had the most gains last school year. And it's a celebration to the team at Robbins, who are committed to working hard each and every day, making sure students are learning and growing in the building. So again, we have grown all the way across the board in all different subgroups, as you can see. We are currently at 374 students. We have 37 black kids in our building. We have 208 Hispanic. We have 81 white. We have 100 Ls, and we have 53 students with disabilities. So we're still trying to continue to move forward in growing students.
Is there a separate scale for ELLs? I see it for blacks, Hispanics, whites, EDS, and students with disabilities?
No, sir.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay, thank you. All right, please go ahead.
Thank you. All right, so moving on, I'm going to go over our GLP in reading and math. As you can see, again, across the board for last school year, 2022, 2023. These are our gains at the bottom. We have increased, except for students with disabilities. We went down just a little bit. We went down maybe a 1/10 of a point for our white students for reading. And then if you look at math, we have shown significant gains in math across the board for all of our students. One particular grade level, they grew almost 30 points in growth this particular year, 22-23. All right, this is our EVAS data. As you can see, we still have not met growth. We're in the negative 2.08, but my goal is if every student grows 5 points this school year, we will exceed growth for the 23-24 school year. So that is my goal. My goal is to make sure every student is growing. If every student grows 2 points, then we'll just meet it right there in the middle. I want every student to grow at least 5 points across the board to exceed growth. All right, our vision, mission, and core beliefs. Over the summer, we had our SIT retreat, and the team decided that we were going to keep our vision the same, where we show respect, we engage, and we succeed. The only thing that we did go back and we revised was our mission, so it could be lined up with the county's mission, and that is to provide high-quality education in a safe, respectful, and inclusive environment that builds a foundation for lifelong learning. Our core beliefs stay the same, and they're listed there. If you want me to read them, I will, but those are our core beliefs that did not change. Okay, moving right along. Our first goal is by 2024, Robbins Elementary School will score at least 85% or higher. For the response to the question, overall, my school is a good place to work and learn. As you can see, if you go down the list of each one of those indicators, over the last 2 years, when the last teacher working condition survey was put out, Robbins Elementary School was almost at 100% for an atmosphere of trust and mutual respect, comfortable raising issues and concerns. They were at 80%. School leadership consistently supports teachers, 100%. Teachers are held to high professional standards for delivering instruction. The school leadership facilitates using data to improve student learning, again at 90%, over 90%. And school leadership, it says teacher performance is assessed objectively. So my goal is to ensure that I maintain at least 85% or higher. One of the goals will be to make sure that I have, and the team has worked with me to develop an incentive plan to highlight staff for attendance. I currently have in place a Strive for 5 initiative where staff come in every day for a whole week on time. They are rewarded along with the students. They come in 5 days a week on time every day. They receive an award at the end of the week. I'm also going to work with my staff to create a survey that we'll use regularly to determine incentives, rewards, and activities, because it's not all about what I want for them. Sorry.
I'm sorry, could you say that last part again? Now we're several sentences back. If your staff does something 5 times a week?
So to support the attendance goal, if they come to work on time every day for 5 days, I pull their name out of a hat and they get a reward. That's to support staff and students coming to school every single day. Okay. Also, my staff and I will work together to create a survey, because again, it's not all about what I want for them. So I will value their input so they can tell me what type of incentives, rewards, and what activities they want to do to support attendance and instruction strategies and collaboration as well. The leadership team will monitor PLT data drives. We've already been working on that. Teachers have been reviewing their common formative assessments. They've been coming to PLTs, looking at that data, then going back and seeing what trends and patterns need to be retaught, and we push those particular skills into their intervention groups. The teacher leadership team will provide teachers with feedback when we do walkthroughs. So we will begin using this tool. So we'll go in every classroom and we will create a feedback. We will offer, we'll give teachers feedback based on what we see in their classrooms. Our goal too is by 2024, Robbins Elementary School will decrease chronic absenteeism from 47.58% to 23.79%.
Decrease what?
Decrease our absenteeism from
Absenteeism,
yes, sir,
okay,
from
I just didn't hear the word.
I'm sorry, from
That's okay.
47.58% to 23.79%, and that is measured based on the data used from Power School. So currently, we have put in place our attendance campaign. So with the attendance campaign, I am challenging students to come to school every day on time. So the first week of October, I pulled the data. We had 78 students coming in tardy. So last week, I know I pulled the data. I know we had students, we only had like 15 students coming in tardy. So it's helping, because again, at the end of the week, I put students' names inside of a little hat. For each grade level, all the way to pre-K to 5th grade, I pulled their names out of a hat per grade level, and they look forward to coming to the office Monday morning to get a prize for being on time and in school every day. Also, students, I have a little mobile, little Jeep mobile power, what is it called, a power, I can't think of the name of it, a little
Battery powered.
Battery powered little Jeep vehicle, yeah. So students, again, at the end of the month, students whose name go into the hat, and I select the name out of all the students who have received the award, they'll be able to ride the Jeep to whatever they want to go to specials. They can ride the specials, lunch or recess. So that is another incentive for them to ride our little Jeep around campus. Yes.
Ask the same question.
So again, yes. So again, we are trying to make sure students are on time, because of course, you know, if they're not in school, they can't learn, and we can't grow them like we want to grow them. So again, I just talked about one of our incentives, and that incentive is the Strive for 5. Also, We had over 200 parents to come in and participate at our curriculum night last month. So we're going to conduct monthly family engagement series events to increase parent involvement. That's just one example of getting the parents involved in the learning in the building. Also, we want to make sure that the schools and the parents understand the importance of attendance. So I do have teachers emailing me and let me know that we have students coming in, you know, late, chronically every day. So I'll just pick up the phone and I'll call the parent. And I have a positive conversation about making sure your child is in school every day, because they're going to continue to get behind if they're not here. So the feedback is always good from the parent when I have those conversations. All right, so goal 3, by 2024, Robbins Elementary School will increase growth from negative 2.8 to positive 2.1. We want to exceed growth, and I've already explained how. If every child grows at least 5 points, we will exceed growth by the end of the 23-24 school year. So the actions that we have in place, we're going to work again this year with Hope Academy. That is the academy in Northmore, where we're going to tailor the program this year to target specifically working with our 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students on reading, because our reading scores are significantly lower than our math scores. So I have worked with Mrs. Ruggles, and we have decided to come up with that plan where we're going to make sure our students get more support in reading after school, and that will begin on November the 6th. We also have specialists coming in the building to work with teachers doing their POTs. We unpack data. We look at scope and sequence. We have gone through a plethora of resources and streamlined a lot of those resources to make sure what teachers are using support what students should be learning in the classroom. And the next bullet supports that. We're using Letterland, we're using Heggerty, we're using Core Phonics, and a list of other resources, and I'll talk about those when we get to that. Okay, we also have district literacy and math curriculum specialists coming in. We have Dr. Burris coming in. We have Miss Gray coming in every Monday to work with our math teachers doing their POTs, giving them strategies, looking at their common formative assessments, making sure they're aligned with the standards and the objectives. We also have utilized a Title I reading interventionist to provide remediation for those students not meeting grade level. So this year, that particular interventionist is looking, she's double dipping. So our students who are students with disabilities and our L students who did not meet that subgroup, she's going in and pulling those kids a little bit more to give them more strategies and support that they need so we can get over the hump and meet those particular subgroups this coming at the end of this school year. So we also have K-5 universal intervention. So at the beginning of school, after students come in the building from 7:40 until 8:15, everybody in the whole school is doing intervention. We have, most of our grade levels are doing reading only. We do have our upper grade levels that are doing math, because we did have some weaknesses in math, but everybody is pretty much stop everything and read, but they are focusing on the skills that they need: phonics, academic vocabulary. We have some teachers pulling students who only need comprehension because they're in the greens and they're in the blues. But we have everybody at the school doing the same thing every day at that particular time to make sure we grow students in reading.
Is this based on iReady?
This is based on our iReady data and our M-Class data. And we also looked at last year's EOG scores too, to group students as well.
Okay.
All right, so goal 4, by the end of the school year, the school will have an increase in overall grade level proficiency. So my goal in reading is to ensure that our students are moving from 35% proficient in reading to 40. 40 is my magic number. If we get more than 40, I would be very, very elated. But 40 is the goal. And math, we're going to move math from 57.1% to 62.1%. And science, we plan to move that 59.6 to 64.6% proficient in science by the end of the school year. So again, our goals is to continue to work with teachers during their POT times, to give them strategies to support students, making sure that they're learning and growing, have these data conversations, review our check-ins when we begin to take them, review common formative assessments, review. We have our ready, when they progress monitor, bring that information back to the table, see where the kids are struggling in, go back and redo those intervention groups and put kids in the places that they need to continue to grow. Okay. And another action would be to make sure the school improvement team collect implementation and survey data based on our letters, professional development that we're having to determine areas of concern and for additional resources that we might need to provide, and we've already started providing some based on their input. All right, so we're going to talk about duty-free lunch at this time. We have our instructional assistants covering recess and specials to provide teachers with 75 minutes of planning. So when our teachers go to PLT, instead of them just meeting for 45 minutes, they're able to sit there for 75 minutes and work with specialists who come in, work with the instructional facilitator. Myself and my assistant principal, we rotate PLT to support the teachers as well. So we're going to come back and we're going to revisit having duty-free lunch, and then we will move forward with whatever the team decides they want to do. But right now, our instructional facilitators are supporting teachers with covering recess and specials so teachers can have that time to effectively plan. Thank you. So I just, at the end of the day, my goal is to make sure that we move Robbins. I really want our students to be, successful. I want to get out of the low performance status. I want our students to exceed growth. And if we give them the right tools and we give them the right resources, teachers are doing whatever they're supposed to do each and every day to grow students. I don't think that would be a problem for us to meet that goal. So my goal at the end of the day is to make sure we are growing students.
Okay, questions? Yes, go ahead.
When I was reading over this, the Hope Academy, that's not something I've heard any, is that something that's local to Robbins, only in-house to you guys, or what?
It's local, it's in the area, so they serve Elise, Westmore, and they serve Robbins. It's been a program, it's an after-school program that has been
It's
there
part of the
since-
Northern Moore Family Resource Center.
Thank you.
And so we've got a great relationship with them, and for a number of years, they've provided services to our students. We work closely with them, providing them curriculum documents, training their folks so that we can get a connection between what happens after school at their program with what we're doing during the school day.
Okay. I wasn't familiar with it, and that's great. Thank
Pardon
you
me
very
for
much.
interrupting.
Yes, that's okay, and they also provide the same services for students over the summer as well.
Okay, good, thank you.
Other, Mr. Hensley, go for it.
If we could go back to slide 5, please. I have a couple questions and observations just as you went through this, and then I have a big philosophical question at the end. Ms. Smith. So on your core beliefs, could you explain the second bullet of meeting students where they're at? I don't understand what you mean by that.
So, based on our students who are at Robbins, we have 208 students who are Hispanic. So all these kids are coming from all different parts of the world. So when they come in the building, some of them have no language, some of them have a little language. So in order to grow those students, we have to meet them exactly where they are with the limited language that they have or whatever setbacks that they have. We have to meet them exactly where they are and give them the strategies, the resources, and whatever they need to continue to help them grow. So that's what I mean by we have to meet them right there where they are so we can grow them.
Okay, so you assess the students and then you
Yes.
tailor the instruction based upon where the students are currently at in their educational
Yes, sir.
development.
And even though our students are our Hispanic students coming in, we still give every student in the building the same baseline test across the board. If they speak English or no English at all, we give them an in-class test, we give them already test because we have to measure them somewhere. So
Yeah.
we start from the basics just like everybody
Just
else.
as an aside, since you brought up the Hispanic students, what do you think the best way is to rapidly get Hispanic students up to speed on English, non-English speakers?
You just have to have effective.
I'm sorry?
You have to have effective ESL teachers who can come in there and give them the, the strategies that they need. I mean, our ESL teachers, we have 3 in the building who are pulling those kids out. They're working with them on language development. Those students go back to class. They get the content area support, and then they also are double dipped and pulled during interventions as well to give them the extra support. But it's just like a baby. When they come out the womb, we got to teach them how to speak, say their ABCs and numbers, and that's just how it is when we have our students coming from, different countries who don't speak any English. We have to treat them just like that. We have to give them the basics and help them build upon that. But it just takes a little bit of time. It takes 3 to 5 years to acquire the language. So we try to give them all the support that they need. And we try to send resources home as well to the parents so they can help them too.
Okay, next slide, please. On your goal 1, you're talking about an 85% or higher on the response. Overall, my school is a good place to work and learn. What's the baseline? I don't see that question asked on any of these example questions that are provided. On everything else, we provided the baseline. I don't see that question asked here.
Do you want to answer that? It was, for that particular question, it was over 90%. I can't remember the exact number, but it was over 90%. And so she's looking at 85% or higher on that question, and then her indicators are the school leadership pieces.
So that kind of gets to my point on this goal. Goals need to be relative, they need to be measurable, they need to be objective, they need, there's a few criteria for quality goals. When I look at this, this seems to be high for our district. Is this high for our district? Because I remember.
I would say overall our district is probably about high 70s for this goal. That's top of my head, Mr. Inslee.
Yeah. So,
but Robbins had pretty strong data. On
right.
this
No,
one.
that's my point. Is I feel like this is a softball. I feel like it's a high lob, just waiting to knock it over the center field fence while the bases are loaded. Because first of all, this doesn't have the baseline. And if the baseline is 90% or better, then our goal is to at least be 10% below what we were 2 years ago. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't seem like a challenging goal to be lower than the status quo 2 years from now.
So I think that was louder than I had anticipated. The reason that we looked at that goal as being 85%, even though it was around 90% or so, is as a new principal coming into a building, developing culture, working with teachers, looking at what that survey may look like as you go through. That's why it was set for 85%, coming in as a new principal.
So I'm just speaking for myself, but just 2 thoughts on this. And I just read this, 5 minutes ago, but I don't know why this board would accept a goal twofold. One, a goal that's actually lower than we're currently at. Oh, my goal is to be 10% less than I am now. I don't know why this board would accept. And that leads to my second point. With the plethora of problems that an F-rated school has now, D-rated school, with a plethora of problems that a continual low-performing school has, and we're going to set 3 or 4 goals, I don't know why I certainly wouldn't accept such a unlofty goal as I want to be at least 10% below where I was last year. That doesn't make sense. That's not a very good goal. I would like to see something more relevant or discipline or academic, or I know we got some academic ones. We'll cover that. Again, when I didn't see a baseline here, my ears perked up, and it appears that the baseline's higher than what we're trying to achieve.
Well, if I can give you my perspective, Mr. Hensley,
Sure.
as superintendent, I would say even under the best of circumstances, in my own experience as a principal, when I've transitioned into a new school building, that's you want to have 80% or higher on that survey. It's kind of what you're shooting for, and you're measuring yourself against yourself almost.
Well-
Because as a new school leader, it's difficult to measure based on, especially when you're looking at this leadership portion of the survey. It's difficult to compare yourself against a former leader because you're going to go in there differently, you're going to push differently, you're going to do some different things. So I think that's where this was coming from. But to your point, it doesn't say from to, and probably the reason it doesn't say from to, which is how we write a SMART goal, is because it was 90%, and it's new school leadership and kind of a new context. But culture is very important, and I know the team wanted to make sure there was some goal that measured culture and kept the school accountable to that, and certainly Principal Smith accountable to that. So that's kind of the perspective.
Okay, slide 8, please. I just have a comment on this, and this is not, I'm just continually shocked, and I just want to point this out to the public. I am continually shocked at the chronic absenteeism that we have in actually many of our schools. I wouldn't say most, but many of our schools. I want the public to look up here and see that Robbins Elementary, an elementary school, we're not talking like a high school from Greece where the dudes are all taken off and, drag racing cars or whatever they did in Greece. I'm talking elementary school where 47.58% of the students in an elementary school are chronic absenteeism. I know there's discussions about how you measure it and all that, but almost half of the students are chronic. That's just, it's startling. And the public needs to know that. And the awareness campaign that, the superintendent's doing and all is very important, but I continue to be shocked. Okay, so page 10, please. Going back to characteristics of goals, they need to be relevant, measurable, objective, and achievable. So I know that your goal is to increase the grade level performance 10% from whatever it was, 46 to 50%, or whatever, it's about 10 to 12%. I understand a 10%, 12% increase. That seems very achievable, and that seems like a good goal. What I don't understand, and maybe someone can educate us on this, is what is the statistical significance of going from a -2 to a +2? I know if it was like your eye vision, that would be like a miracle, and Jesus Christ himself came down and fixed your eyes. So is this achievable?
It is achievable.
So what's it mean?
You see in many of the goals, we set the goal at 2.01, as she has done here. That's the mark where we would go to exceeding growth. And Heather, I'm going to put you on the spot because I don't have my data analyst here, but Heather also has knowledge in this particular area that might be able to explain how that is possible.
With growth, the 0 line is the average. The average changes year by year. The average of the state. So as a state, they may all score at a high level.
Right,
the average
right.
of the state might score at a low level. Plus 2.01, if you're above that, you've exceeded
By
growth.
2%.
No, not percentage. You are just, it's a score that shows how far away you are from the 0. It's not representative of a percent. So it's +2 or -2, and what you want to do is get over 2, and then you are exceeding growth. And you don't want to get below -2,
Right.
because then you are not, does not meet growth. And they give you that plus or -2 around the 0 line for meeting growth. And so what we're trying to do is grow students who test like them more than a year's worth of growth and get to exceed growth.
Okay, I just want to make sure it's achievable.
It is.
So that you got to set goals that are guaranteed
Yes.
to demotivate because you can't achieve them. So
And
it's achievable.
So what the data shows is that there are students who tested like this across the state, but these students tested below, -2.08, so below the average. And the average for students who tested like them, they're put in different groups, there were groups of students that tested at or above. And so we were trying to find those ways to influence our scores. whether it's attendance or if it's
Oh, it
going to
all
be
affects it.
programs like
Discipline,
magnetic
programs,
reader,
it
or
all
it's
affects it.
discipline,
It all
absolutely.
affects it, right, it all. So what are the max, just out of curiosity, what are the maximum values? They range from negative what to positive what? If it's not a percentage, it's something else. What is it? I mean, is it a maximum of -5 to a +5? Is it on a scale from 1 to 1,000?
That's a great question. I'm not sure about a maximum or a minimum, because I've seen some high numbers, -8. We've seen as high as 10. We've seen some numbers, so I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
We
So
can get you some further information
Yeah.
around that, Ms.
No,
Tanzler, because you're asking some good questions. How that
Don't
black
flatter
box,
me.
how the black box works.
Yeah,
That kind of
well,
black box, how the
Look, my
numbers
main
SAS.
question is achievable, because, I don't want it, anyway, okay. And then, slide 17, please. Goal four, yeah, as far as a 10% increase. Slide 17, please. Yeah, right there. The second bullet, teachers are provided a teacher table at lunch that don't have to sit with their students. I guess that's great if you don't like your students or they annoyed you that day, but are the teachers required to be in the lunchroom?
Yes, sir. So right now they are. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's their place at duty. They just get to eat separate from their students?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, my big philosophical question is, and I've had issues with this for a very long time. I do not think it's a coincidence that the only dual language immersion program we have in Moore County schools is also a former D-rated chronic low-performing school. So can you explain to me how the dual language immersion program helps both the English learners and the non-English learners in their academic pursuits?
Well, right now, what we're doing is we're investigating the data by using our PAR team, the Plan Accountability and Research team. But what we do, my team and I, what we do, we go in classrooms, we monitor what teachers are teaching, and we make sure students are learning, and we just look for ways to make the program better. I work with the participant who is the support staff that's over the dual language program. They come in and they do the same thing. They go in classrooms, they monitor, they give teacher strategies, they make sure students are learning the content that they should be learning in Spanish. And then if there's something that needs to be tweaked, if there's a strategy, if there's something that needs to be strengthened, we come back together, we sit down, and then we go back in and have conversations with teachers on how to make it better. But right now, that's where we are. I can tell you last year, I got information about the dual language program, how it was, structured. So I did make sure this year we did have one dual language English team, we had one dual language Spanish team for every grade level. So it would be better for the teachers to work together on the dual language program so we can get better results.
Yeah, let me ask you this. And Chair, I appreciate your indulgence in this because I'm very interested in this. So can you explain how it works? I mean, how many days of the week are they getting instruction in Spanish, and how many days of the week are they getting instruction in English, and the manpower requirements
So
and
they get
all?
instruction every other day in each language. So it's like an A-B schedule.
Okay, so, well, there's 5 days in the week,
And then
so
that Monday, they'll start with the group, the class that they missed.
so they literally alternate.
Alternate every
So
other day.
Monday, this group, Monday, so if I'm a student, on Mondays I get instruction in Spanish, on Tuesdays I get in English, Spanish, English, Spanish, and then it just rolls
Continue
over.
on, yes, sir.
So I have a difficult time understanding how that helps either English as a second language people, because I would think that if you want to immerse yourself and learn a language, then you immerse yourself and you learn a language. And it seems to me that it retard the English learning of native English speakers.
Well, again, we're
I don't see how it helps either cohort, English speakers or non-English speakers. And when you analyze the data, and this is an optional program, right?
Correct. So, Mr. Hensley, you bring up a lot of really good points. And so this year, as soon as Ms. Harris-Smith was named the principal at Robbins, one of the
Right.
first things that we talked about was we have got to look at the dual language program at Robbins to see if it's effective. If it's not effective, then we need to do something different. If it is effective, what makes it effective? Is there a way to strengthen it? So with, like she said, with the PAR team, we're looking at the data. We're looking at, we're gonna talk with parents, we're gonna talk with students, we're gonna collect all this data throughout the year
Yep.
to make a determination about how it needs to be implemented so we can make sure we're doing what's best for kids.
Yeah, and let me, the reason I bring this up is because there's been no discussion on, and please, I'm not picking on you, the new principal. The Moore County public hasn't heard a discussion on this, and we need to have a discussion. Last time I brought it up, I had all kinds of people from the Robbins area. I brought it up in open session a couple years ago, and I had several people from the Robbins area say, thank God that someone finally stood up and told the truth, because most of the people up there hate it, and they blame their some of the challenges with their schools on the dual language immersion program. And it just, I don't see the value of it. It seems like it's retarding the language development of both cohorts, the English speakers and non-English speakers. We are blessed, and I don't even understand this whole global citizen thing. I saw where Scotland County has a dual language immersion program. Their schools are failing, but by God, they learn Spanish every other week. And, these are people who just, want to go to college or learn a trade and join a military where having a second language has zero value. For 98% of our graduates, having a second language has zero value, whether they go into the trades, whether they go to college, whether they go to into the military. I've traveled the world. You can go to the far corners of the world. It is square, isn't it? You go to the far corners of the world, and people proudly speak English. And we waste time. We waste time. In the early years, my girls took Spanish, throughout all of, first through eighth, and I guess they took some of it at Pinecrest. But they don't use it at all. It's completely useless. That time would have been better spent using, learning something else like math and science, or learning, English. So the other thing I would challenge you all to look at is when you look at the information and you do your regression analysis or whatever you do, you also need to look at whether or not the families and the parents self-select. Because, that's got to be weighted, the IQ of the students, the cognitive ability of the students going in the program needs to be weighted with the results. So I know you guys have looked at it in the past. We had a quick exchange on this about a year ago. But I have a hard time seeing the value of it. Anyway, thank you.
Others, members, yes, okay.
Thank you.
Give it to Mr. Benway first. I think that's.
Hi, Ms. Smith. I'm referring to slide number 9, if we could. And I'm referring to the family engagement series where you turned out 200 folks. I'm pretty impressed with that.
That's amazing.
Does that include the Hispanic Family Academy, or is that something separate?
That was everybody, all students were invited.
Okay.
That's separate from the program that Ms. Rivera runs, I think you're speaking of.
Okay,
It's a separate program.
It is
she's done.
separate. Okay. How did you get that many people to come?
I used School Messenger, and I kept sending out messages. Yes, sir, and then teachers also sent messages out using their dojo and newsletters as well.
You're pretty persuasive. If you could sustain that month to month, you have the opportunity there to have a student, a teacher, and a parent as a triad, a learning triad, if you will, and there's tremendous potential there.
Thank you.
I'd like, what was the track record for this attendance previous to this? Any
In
idea?
previous years, well, the last program they had, I think the curriculum they had last spring, I think they turned out, that was the biggest one they had, and I want to say it was like 174 families had came out. It was 174, so the goal was to exceed that, and we did it our very first one.
Yeah, I think we're really going crazy trying to figure out how to engage parents. You may have some kind of a broken code here, perhaps, I think we ought to follow her and see what we're doing and what we can replicate from that success. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ms. Caldwell?
Yeah, so I just had a comment. It seems, looking at some of the other plans up in the Northern Moore area, that attendance is an issue. Ashley Priest had an attendance, she called it attendance model, and I'm not sure if you're aware of that or not, but just in suggestion, maybe talking with her, since some of those kids do go up to Elise, to have the same model to hopefully, you know, together you guys can build on that together, and that way they know what to expect in middle school. So you're doing it and then they implement it up to middle school. Just a suggestion, just thinking out loud. But thank you for coming. I know that you were sick, so I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
I did want to comment on what Mr. Hensley had said about the setting a lower score for the overall. I don't have it right here in front of me. I'm so sorry. The
Teacher working conditions?
Yes, teacher working conditions, thank you. The Mr. Patterson at Northmore also did the same thing for his, that his was lower than what Ms. Purvis left with, just because he realized or thought ahead of time that it's an adjustment for everybody and it's what they're familiar with. Anytime, we don't like change. So I do think it's a realistic goal. Not that we shouldn't set the bar high. I think that even though it was lowered, it was actually set high. So I understand where you're coming from with that. The second part.
Let me comment on that.
Yes,
I just recall Aberdeen Elementary, which had some responses in the 23%, and we didn't make those 18%. We made, you know, the goal wasn't lower, the goal was to raise them.
Right.
And that was a new principle.
I would say that was extremely low. And
No, it was. I mean, it's a different situation.
But I do see what you're saying. I do agree completely with Mr. Hensley that we do need to be looking at the total immersion for English. Just going back in my own personal life, growing up, I went to a small private Christian school, and I think in about the 7th, 8th grade, there was a young lady named Kobe Ratchanutchatung, something like that. She came from Taiwan. And she knew no English. And my 7th grade teacher just took her a few minutes every day, a little bit extra, and all she got was English, English, English. So you're on to something there, certainly. What did you do? The culture, not to take away from your success in getting families to come, but the Northern Moore County community is a close-knit community, and if you are involving their students in something, they're going to show up. So that's something that the county could look at as a whole is what is so special about Northern Moore, because it is definitely a special place.
Okay. Let me do a little bit of complimenting first. I noticed that on students with disabilities, you went from 10.5% to 24.4%, which is doubling of proficiency. Now, 24.4% is not a great number overall, but as a school, doubling your proficiency is something which I think is great. I wanted to compliment you, and this is what I always love about our principals and what you do. You said that you have kids, if they have good attendance, they get to ride around in a little Jeep, okay? That doesn't cost very much money, okay? But it sure seems to give them the thrill. And it's just the little things that you do, and when you think outside the box, I think that's wonderful. And I think it's these little things that more of us have to think about, but I want to compliment you on that. One of the things on the ELLs, the English language learners, it did strike me on a place like Robbins, we don't have percentages. We have percentages of Hispanics, okay, but we don't have a percentage of English language learners, and it's certainly not the same. So in order to determine what we, whether this immersion program is good or bad, we're going to have to gather statistics on our English language learners. I along with Mr. Hensley, I brought this up before, that while an immersion program sounds great, and it sounds like a great opportunity, especially for our English-speaking students, or native English-speaking students, I'm not so sure that it's a gift to our English language learners, because all of our tests are taken in English. And since all of our tests are taken in English, and you're only giving these kids half the time in English, so it seems like you're robbing them of a little bit of success. And so we have to think not politically, we have to think in terms of how to create success in on the scales we're actually supposed to measure on. And since we're tested in English, we've got to give these kids as much English as possible. For instance, I noticed that you're pulling out kids from class who are English language learners, right? And while that sounds like a great thing, you know, you're taking them out of the class that they normally learn in, and then you're giving them the extra stuff, but they're losing whatever they were supposed to learn in the class you've taken them out of. So, I would hope that we can, first of all, I'd like to know from Dr. Locklear, and I think you gave me this information last year, but obviously I don't have it now, is what does this cost us? What does the English language learner program, not the English language learner, but the immersion program costs us? And are there any other programs that we can do to use that money more effectively? Because I'm very, very happy that we went from an F-rated school to a D-rated school. But you still got a challenge, you know? And so we want that school to be, well, I'd like the school to be an A, but if it became a C, I think we'd all be jumping for joy here. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, I was just saying yes.
Okay. And I am also concerned, we're very concerned about Robbins because you feed into Elise, and they're actually the same school. It's a K through 8 school because there are no other feeder schools, okay? And we've had some problems with Elise this year in terms of their grade, okay? So Elise depends on Robbins, you know, so the more prepared those students are, the better the principal at Elise looks. So everybody's, you know, might as well let that principal look good too, right? But, and you have, what, 100 English language learners out of 250 kids?
Out of 208, we have 100 language learners, yes, sir.
Okay, so fully half of the school are English language learners, okay? And I want you to think about, there's a lot of research that says that academic language doesn't come till later, that you have to learn a social language before you learn academic language. Yet there's one person who says you can immerse in all of it at one time and not start with just social language and then say, okay, now you're ready for academic language, that you can do both at the same time. So that's all the more reason for not Spanish immersion, but English immersion. And I hope that you'll also look at other schools which have done English immersion with English language learners and see, because I think I believe it's Success Academy, but out of New York, but there was a couple of other places seem to have done better with English language immersion as opposed to Spanish language immersion. And of course, with the understanding that we do have to meet kids where they are, so that we have to make sure that when they arrive at the school, I get it, that when they arrive at the school, you've got to be able to continue to teach them while you're teaching them the English language. I get that. But anyway, I think you got your work cut out for you, but it looks like you're on the right track. Thank you. Okay, yes.
I do have one other thing. So about it was the previous superintendent and Tharrington and Smith, the previous law people. But a couple years ago, I pointed out the North Carolina general statute that clearly says all courses will be taught in English. I mean, that's what it says. It literally says all school boards will ensure that all courses are taught in English except foreign language programs. And we went down this legal rabbit hole, specifically about Robbins. And ultimately, and I forgot how the dual language immersion program played into it, but it didn't play in legally the way that everyone thought. And ultimately, the legal decision was that Robbins' dual language immersion program was allowed because it was a low-performing school, which means that once they lost their low-performing designation, it would no longer be legal. That was, and if the chair, I don't remember the particulars of it,
remember.
but that was ultimately the determination from the law firm, is that the only reason the dual language immersion program was allowed to exist was the fact that it was a low-performing school. So I would challenge the superintendent and Dr. Metcalf, who's looking at me, that you meet your goals, and I think that we're going to find there might be some legal issues with the dual language immersion program. I forgot the particulars, but that was absolutely the determination by the previous law firm.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, thank you very much. Anything else, Dr. Locklear, for that?
Thank you, Ms. Harris-Smith.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
and
Thank you very
please,
much.
Thank you very much for all you've done and for coming out here. I see that you're maybe not 100% recovered, but we wish you well. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so moving on. Yes. Yes.
We hear about attendance over and over again, or lack of attendance. Why aren't we using our local law enforcement? It's a law that children go to school. Why aren't we using this?
We do, that's part of our role of our social workers, is to follow up on truancy, and if needed, take those parents to court if they aren't getting their kids to school. So we do that, and that's part of the role of our social workers. Yes, ma'am.
Are we doing it enough?
Well, I'm sure our social workers would say we could use 10 more of them to do it, but I know we're doing our very best, and we can certainly get some more information and data on attendance. Heather has helped lead our attendance campaign. Our focus on attendance is improved, but it's still not where we want it to be.
Okay.
It has improved. There are improvements, but that's definitely something we want to make sure we're holding everyone accountable in that equation.
I will say, Pauline, just one of the improvements that they did do this year was to make the initiative to let parents know, even though the parent may have written an excuse, my daughter is sick today, won't be there, they still will call and email that parent to let them know, hey, your child wasn't here, just to let you know that this is a day of absence. So that's something new that they've been doing, which I really appreciate. Even though I know my child was out, it's still coming to me, coming back to me, letting me know that child was not there at school. So that's something that they're doing too. That wasn't applied a few years ago. They didn't do that. So.
But let me also say there are actually two different methods that I've seen here. Some wait 48 hours and then say we call the parent. Others, like I believe this principal said, I call them when I find out that they're absent that day. Okay.
When the data man, and correct me if I'm wrong because I could be, but when the data manager puts it in that they're absent 7 o'clock at night, maybe 6 o'clock, I don't know, around that time, you'll get a computerized generated email or voicemail maybe that just says your child was absent at school, and that's countywide. Am I correct on that?
Depends on the school.
Oh, depends on the school.
See, and I would wonder.
All the schools I went to, yes.
I would wonder why 10 o'clock in the morning when they find out that the children aren't there. You don't just push a button and a recorded voice says, your child was absent. If you know the reason why, please send them back with a note. But if you don't, please call the school, something like that. Why can't we do that? No, why can't we do that at 10 o'clock in the morning when a child is absent? Why can't we, just as an IT thing, just send out a recorded message?
Can't do it until our data managers finish the process of entering attendance for the day and make sure it's correct, and that takes some time. And
I'll
they
give
have
you till 2 o'clock.
Well, a lot of our schools, you're getting those phone calls on a daily basis. High schools, you're getting it for daily, period attendance. So if your kid's in class, or I know my own experience with my children, if they missed a couple classes because of a doctor's appointment, I got 2 phone calls. So that is happening, but it is driven by each school exactly how they set it up. But we need to, as we've heard before, always look at the data. And if we see some schools are having more success, we need to figure out what they're doing and then replicate that across the district.
But let me get a little bit more insistent from my standpoint. Okay, I'm only speaking for myself. I don't see why we can't do this. It just seems to me to be a simple IT.
I agree.
That you push a button, and by 11 o'clock, I'm in an elementary school. I think by 11 o'clock in the morning, you know who's there and who's not. You just do. And it just seems to me that we could do something like that.
I think we need Kate Fall here.
Yeah, okay.
And we might need a data manager or two here who may say, "No, Mr. Levy, it's not quite that simple."
It may be. It may very well. I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it at that, and maybe Dr. Locklear, you and I can follow up on that.
Sure, and we could have Kate come back and talk about that at some point.
As a matter of fact, no, I won't follow. I'll make Miss Bruno follow up because she's going to be tough on you.
Well, I just don't understand.
You're on.
Okay, I just don't understand. This seems to be an easy remedy to fix. You have to hold the parents responsible. We have law enforcement on our side. We have the laws on our side. These laws were put into effect to make sure that children are safe, that they're not being abused at home, that they're being fed. That's why these laws, so we know where these children are. That's why they're in effect. So why are we constantly hearing about absenteeism?
Oh, I can answer that.
Okay.
So if you want to fix absenteeism, then you go to the district attorney and you go to the sheriff and you say, let's launch a truancy campaign. And then you come out with a joint statement between the Board of Education and the district attorney's office, and you say, we take truancy seriously, and we're going to prosecute parents to the utmost, and then you do it. And then you sentence these parents to community service, and then you run articles about them, picking up trash alongside the road. But without enforcement and without a messaging campaign and without all of that, it's not going to be taken seriously. We can't hire 20 social workers for each school. The problem is that there's no apparent punishment for parents who do. When was the last time you've heard of a parent getting punished for truancy?
I haven't.
And you're on the school board.
But we're not doing children any kind of a favor that they're not in
I agree.
school.
It's just like motorists running the school stop sign on the stop sign on school buses. We need to get with the sheriff office and local law enforcement and say, we're going to do a campaign on that, and we get the district attorney involved, and there's none of this, you pay an attorney $300 and you get off. There's first offense, you lose your driver's license, if not go to jail for running that stop sign. And it's the same thing. If we do not get with the district attorney and we do not get a strong messaging campaign, then running stop signs on school buses and truancy is never going to go away. But instead, it's like, gosh, we don't have enough social workers. The solution is, people start seeing parents held accountable, then all of a sudden school attendance is going to go up.
it seems to me that a few of these schools have been pretty much on top of these parents. I think McDeeds Creek had some folks in court recently. I forget the other one, other principal told me. So it's kind of an up to the principal sort of thing to enforce it.
And we
The
need to get the
mechanism-
word
the
out that it's
mechanism is
being
there.
enforced, and it's not, and the judges are being hard on it, and the district attorney's taking it seriously. You know, there's a whole lot of things that need to line up in order for there to be effective consequences of not sending your children to school. But, you know, maybe the judges aren't harsh on it. Maybe the district attorney doesn't take it seriously. I'm not putting words in Mike Harden's mouth. I'm just saying that without a coordinated campaign between Moore County Schools and the sheriff's office and the courts and the district attorney, then we're just going to sit here and spin our wheels and be talking about this. I mean, yes, there has to be a stick, and the stick has to be known.
Well, maybe I'll talk to Mike Harden, and I'm sure he'd be interested in something like this. But at least in the beginning, Dr. Locklear, I hope we'll find some way to have something automatic, just an outgoing call to any parent whose child is not at school on a given day. I have the feeling that our IT people can do it. I just have that feeling. Well, we'll see. Maybe.
Yes, sir. We overall in general do that on a daily basis. I think the exact process that each school puts in place is going to be driven by the principal and driven by the data manager and office staff. But in general, we have that practice. You're getting notified when you are being notified when your child's absent. Exactly how that happens is going to be a little different. And we're going to hold parents accountable for sending their kids to school. We're going to give kids consequences if they're truant themselves, and they're, certainly at a high school level and that kind of thing. So we're going to continue to push forward, but it does take an effort of the entire community, and certainly of our parents as well, to make sure their children are in school, and we appreciate our parents' effort with that.
Okay. All right. So let's continue on. Yeah, go ahead.
We also, because I've heard this in the past from the community, we also have to make sure that we have reliable transportation to get our students to and from school, because, in a lot of cases, parents can rightfully say, well, you didn't pick up my child.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're getting a little far afield, but maybe not. Obviously, I think you're correct. But let's go to out-of-state field trips. Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay. I understand you've got
Thank
some
you, Mr.
business you need to attend to.
The next item is the other 16 school improvement plans that were brought forward to the board. I think we had some great conversation and feedback from the board and questions at the time. If there are any additional questions or feedback for Dr. Metcalf and Ms. Sina at this time, happy to take it. But we'll be combining all 17 now of these school improvement plans for the board's consideration next week with my recommendation. And that would include the safe schools plans that we'll review in closed session.
Okay. And then we'll vote on whether to approve or disapprove those. Correct.
On November 6th, yes.
Yes. Okay. Out-of-state field trips.
We'll grab Ms. Metcalf.
I'm gonna.
Ms. Sina, can you fill in if she's not? Yeah. Because we want to keep rolling very quickly.
Yes, I'll be leaving in 10 minutes.
We got 10 minutes. So
Okay, I will talk fast.
Go ahead, Ms. Sina.
Good afternoon. So what you've got in your packet is we have 3 out-of-state field trips that are listed there. High Falls Elementary School, the 5th grade will travel to Washington, D.C. to learn about and visit sites significant in American history. They will go from March 19th, 2024 through March 21st, 2024. Southern Middle School, their band and orchestra will travel to the Music in the Parks Festival at Busch Gardens in Williamsburg, Virginia. They will go from May 10th, 2024 to May 11th, 2024. And then Pinecrest High School, students interested in U.S. history and government will travel to Washington, D.C. from May 24th, 2024 through May 27th, 2024, and research and engage in civic and government-related activities. The students will visit civic landmarks, including Capitol Hill, visit museums about American history, and participate in a service project at Arlington National Cemetery. So the field trip requests are listed there as well for you.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, thank you very much. We'll probably put that on the consent agenda, is my guess. All right, custodial management services.
Yes, Ms. Purvis has just joined us. I'll let her jump right in. I believe this is a company we've worked with in the past, and Ms. Purvis will jump in and let you know what our recommendation on awarding the bid for custodial services and what that includes. Ms. Purvis.
All right, good afternoon. An informal bid process was followed for contracted services to provide turnkey custodial maintenance services for all 23 of our schools, as well as a central office maintenance and garage area. Contracted services will be provided from November of 2023 through November of 2024 and may be extended for 3 additional one-year periods not to exceed 4 years. Bid advertisements were placed in the pilot and online. 2 companies responded to the bid advertisement, Seven Oaks Supply Company and Image Supply, but Seven Oaks was the only company to complete and return the bid proposal package. The following bid was received. Seven Oaks Supply Company, $329,000. Services will include all consumable supplies delivered to each facility monthly, survey and analysis of each school's staffing needs, equipment needs, and overall condition, as well as recommendations for improvement, providing at least 2 custodial workshops per year on floor care, restroom sanitation, carpet care, educational facility disinfection, OSHA standards, and bloodborne pathogens, providing a continuing training program throughout the term agreement with monthly visits to each school to instill proper cleaning procedures and ensure more efficient operation, which will be shared with principals. Conduct quarterly inspections at each facility with recommendations for improvements and/or complements in exceptional performance, written in each report with any changes which were noted as needed in training, inspected for compliance during inspection. The services will be paid from the maintenance budget for contracted services.
And this is not for the custodians themselves, this is just for the services.
Correct. This is for all of the supplies that will be needed for the custodians to use. Yes, sir,
Okay.
and the training.
Okay, any questions? Yes, sir.
Question, what did we pay last year?
We had a contract with another company. We were paying $254,000. I will tell you that we were happy to get out of that contract. They actually got out of the contract with us because we were holding them to the fact that we needed turnkey products. We were not receiving all of them. Several of the things that we needed, we were having to outsource. Terry in our warehouse was having to buy them from other places to supplement that contract. When we held them to the fact that, hey, this is what we're supposed to have, they decided they no longer wanted to be in contract with us. When I looked back at that bid that went out last time, this company, Seven Oaks, was one of the 2 companies that had bid last time, and they bid at $284,000 at that time. As you know, things have gone up. But I would say that the difference in that bid is going to be the service. We have had Seven Oaks before, and our schools were very pleased, as well as maintenance with the service that we had. One of the things that we noticed is that when we did have Seven Oaks, and as a principal, I do remember, they do have folks come around and inspect. They train the custodians, which is a really big deal, because if you don't know how to do the job, how to run the equipment, how to use the products, then you're not going to see facilities that are as clean. And so that is a portion of this that was not happening with the other contract as well. But something I do think we need.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Okay, hearing none, that'll probably be on the consent agenda, am I correct?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bid results for the award for the replacement of the HVAC system at Robbins Elementary.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Purvis.
We have bid replacements for 30 HVAC systems and controls at Robbins Elementary. They were gathered through a formal bid process. After a second round of bid advertisements, staff received the following bids. Hamlet Associates, $1,272,000, and Lomax Construction, $1,299,800. The apparent low and responsive bidder is Hamlet Associates, and staff recommends the contract be awarded to them for $1,272,000. $1,038,400 in ESSER funds, which were allocated to the project, will be utilized, and the remaining $233,600 will come from capital funds.
Any questions on that? Hearing none, I assume that's going to be on the consent agenda. Oh, yes, let me ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to have sufficient numbers of thermostats in this new system so that if you turn it to 70 degrees in, let's say, in the office portion, you're not going to have it either too hot or too cold elsewhere because of where the sun is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
So we have a system of central controls. So right now, Anthony McNeil is our energy management coordinator. So controls are central here with the central office. He monitors the level of heat and air within each building as well as the humidity. So they are not individually controlled at the school level. The reason for that is that we have each unit serves several different spaces. So you may have one unit that serves several classrooms as well as common spaces and office spaces. So it's impossible to allow that system to have many different controls for many different rooms, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right, I'm not going to, if that's the way it works for us, let's leave it like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm not going to second guess you. Okay, so that's going to be on the consent agenda, I assume. Next, we have the first reading of new and revised policies. Now, what we can do with this is rather extensive. Has everyone had a chance to read those things? Okay, I don't think so. So what we can do is, this is the first reading. If there are no questions about it, you can continue to read it, take a look at it. The policies, some of them were requested by the committee. Some of them were requested by the State School Boards Association. They're in different colors so that we don't generally just rubber stamp the state school board, okay? And they're for various different reasons. But so does anybody have any questions about them now, or do you want to just leave them for Monday and give you a chance to read over them?
That's what I was going to say. If you can make this an action item so we can read up and then talk about it on Monday, that'd be great.
Okay, is that okay with everybody? Okay.
Just,
so
Mr. Levy,
yes.
just to point out, as you said, these are from the North Carolina School Board Association as required by the new state law, Parent Bill of Rights. But the committee did make some additional revisions or additions, and that's in blue font. So as the board members are reviewing it, they can see the policy committee's revisions are in blue font on the board policies. Red are changes or additions from the North Carolina School Board Association policy division with et cetera, based on the law, and the blues from the committee.
Okay, so that'll be an action item for then. Now, let me go to the, appreciate it. She's happy. You're happy anyway. Okay. All right. So let me go to our calendar first. The utilization of the for the teachers, the foreign teachers, that's going to be pulled.
I am pulling that recommendation,
Okay,
Mr. Levy.
so A is going to be off calendar. Okay. The Technology Advisory Committee, we've decided that's going to go till December. So that is going to be off calendar. The school improvement programs, I assume that's going to be all the programs. Am I right, Dr. Locklear?
Yes, sir. To be all of the school improvement plans presented thus far. Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's probably an action item, and just in case people have further questions or discussions on them. Okay, just correct me if I'm wrong. So that's, okay, so actually it's D becomes an action item, and C, I guess, is removed. Am I right?
Yeah, they'll be combined as one.
Yeah, we'll combine C and D, essentially.
That's correct.
As an action item. Out-of-state field trips, F, G, and H, and those are all consent agenda.
Yes.
And the first reading of the new revised policies, that's an action item.
Yes.
Okay? Now, it is right now 3 o'clock.
What did you do with A?
They're pulling it.
Mr. Locklear,
Dr. Locklear has
removed it.
asked that we not consider that at all.
He
So
pulled it from the
that
agenda.
contract.
You pulled it?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Based on discussion today, I pulled that recommendation. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that takes care of that. Now, it is now 3 o'clock. We could take these items, which is 5, A, B, C, and D, and bring them to the next meeting, which should be kind of a shortened meeting, except for maybe the policies. Or we can continue with them. How do you guys feel? Do you want to go ahead through these information items now?
Well, I know that Ms. Davis has to
Yes, I know.
leave, and then I will have to adjourn around 3:30ish.
Okay.
So
So maybe, so is it the
However you wanna
consensus of the board that we just postpone this until Monday?
I think we need a yeah.
Okay, that's the consensus of the board. That'll be so ordered, as they say. Okay. School board meeting agenda for November 6th, which we did. Okay. And so, Pauline, because I know you're interested in this, the review of the approved calendar will be on Monday. Okay. And what I'm going to do, if that's okay, I'm going to change that to an action item because I think you wanted that as an action item. Okay, instead of just an information item, Dr. Locklear, as a potential action item.
Certainly, that's
Okay.
up to the board, yes,
Okay,
yes, sir.
that's okay with everyone. Okay, so we've done the agenda. We did, Ms. Bruno wants us to reconsider it.
Reconsider, okay.
So we're gonna take a look at it.
Okay.
We'll
We
have
would-
a full discussion about it.
We probably need to retitle it to reconsideration of board-approved calendar for the 24-25 school year. Is that what you're
I think that's
asking
what we're
staff to
looking
do?
at, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm clear what the board's asking me to do.
I'm
Okay.
clueless.
All right.
Would it be an action item, though? I think we should only be discussing it. I don't believe it should be an action item.
I agree to that, only because I don't know what the action would be, and then we don't have time to discuss that and think about that. To
Well,
me, it should be a discussion, and then possibly in
Yeah,
November or December,
to
whenever.
take action at it on a different month, but to open up discussion to see what Miss Pauline's issues are with it, and then add some of my own.
is that the consensus of the board? If it is, then it's fine with me. Okay, so go back. It is a discussion item, Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to make sure I was clear on the intention. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Now, let's go ahead to board comments. Ms. Caldwell, we'll go with you first.
I'm good. I don't have anything.
Okay, go ahead. Good there? Wait a second, Ms. Bruno?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, yes,
I
to our
think-
vice chairman.
I think we've had a great meeting, and I'm good as well. So to you, sir.
Okay, and I think we have had a great and wonderful meeting. Thank everyone for all their input into it. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion. There's a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Put that in the minutes any way you want. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion, meeting's adjourned.